Hello? How's everybody doing? We good? Good. How's everyone's new year going so far? We are 5 years removed from January 6th, the storming of the Capitol. And boy, do you guys think people regret doing that and going to that? I wonder what the guy that did did he actually take a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk, or was that hearsay? I can't remember. I wonder if he regrets that. I wonder if he regrets that. So a lot has happened over the past few weeks. Um I'll be honest, man, I've been really like how do I word this correctly? It kind of just feels like every day is just screaming into the void. Um I don't know. It's like you can sit there and point it out and point it out and point it out, and people are either too stupid, too emotionally invested, or something of the sort. Um, they won't see it. Greetings from Estonia. Hey, how you doing? Only 5 years ago, but so much has happened. It seems like it was 15 years ago. Yeah, time is getting faster, and I don't think it's just that phenomenon that happens when you're older. I think that's happening for everybody. After your last stream, you said you would be back the day after, so a little concerned, bro. That is true. That is true. I did say I would be back, and then I kind of went like completely radio silent. That's on me. And hoping to now that we're past like the holidays, and I had some stuff going on right before that. I was dealing with water heater situation and some finance stuff, um I think that for the new year, we'll definitely have a more consistent stream schedule. I'm hoping to do at least two a week. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to do like more than that at this moment, but I can consistently commit to at least 2 days a week. Um, and I think it's important, because man, I have 2 times a 15-second ad now. What? Use an ad blocker, brother. I don't know if that's against terms of service for me to recommend that, um, but yeah, I had a lot of stuff going on the last like 3 months of the year last year, and it seemed like it was one thing after another, and I wasn't able to do a whole lot of researching, and was kind of offline for a lot of it. Just personal stuff, medical stuff. I had my water heater went out that I had to learn how to install a new one by myself. And just a bunch of different stuff kind of piled up, but I'm hoping to move to a solid like 2 days, 2 days a week. Hello from Croatia. How you doing? How you doing? We got people. I've always wanted to go to Croatia. We got to start donating to you. Speaking for myself mainly, we need you on here. Now, I'll never like pressure you guys to donate. If I'm ever like, man, money is real tight, don't take that as like I'm asking for donations. It's just, it is what it is, right? That's life. I think everybody's kind of struggling with that right now, with like rising electricity costs and rising, just like inflation, the overall state of the economy, the fact that we're like dumping billions of dollars into various interests that go against ours. And so I'm not really sure, uh, you know, why people feel inclined to do it. I'm never gonna, turn it down or anything like that, but I never want you guys to feel about, I never want you to feel obligated, if that makes sense. Maybe give us a quick 5 to 10 minute channel update weekly when you're busy so we know you're okay. I could do that. I could definitely do that. Maybe like even upload how would you guys feel about maybe like pre-recorded videos? Where maybe I don't have time to do an entire live stream, but maybe I sit down and talk about something for like 10 to 15 minutes. What's up, Cocoa Biscuits? Did you know about the guy buying Citgo? Singer? Like Paul Singer or Brian Singer? I like pre-records, my Tesla works. Taxing and feeing us to death here in Colorado. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same across the board. And so I think that something that's really important is kind of being able to. Here's one thing that I'm taking issue with right now with a lot of people is that everybody is so like hyper focused on these like super siloed things. Venezuela is an example. I hope the wife is okay too. Yeah. Yeah, good, good. Paul Singer. Paul Singer's buying Citgo right as they're getting the Venezuelan oil. That, of course. Yeah, one thing that really bothers me is that people like to like hyper focus on these siloed things and pretend that it is not connected. Um, I think that the most important thing is that you always keep that like 1,000-yard view, that like bird's eye view of everything. And whenever something happens, the first question you should always ask yourself is how could this possibly benefit the powers that be? And in my opinion, everything that we see, like from the Venezuela thing to like this Somali daycare fraud thing, I mean, it's Occam's razor will tell you, like, so with the Somali thing, the first that was the problem, right? The problem was that we had like the Council on Foreign Relations and left wing interests and right wing, like the GOP Congress that we had years ago. They were taking advantage of H-1Bs. They were taking advantage of mass legal immigration, just as much as the left. A lot of the times, people on the right will actually employ a lot of these people directly and are the reason that they're over here, and then complain about the ones that come over here illegally when they are a fraction. But with like the Somali fraud stuff, it's that is the problem. They created the problem themselves, right? Government created the problem by allowing these programs to occur, to have like non-government organizations become involved and push their ideologies, their political ideologies through these actions. And those were funded by the same institutional investors on both the left and right, in order to get that accomplished. And then you had, obviously like funding through news outlets and PR companies and influencers and shit like that. And then now what happens is we have a federal freeze on all child care funds. And now Palantir is going to audit everybody in every state whenever they apply for a daycare. And so now now every child in every daycare is going to be part of the Palantir system. And that's before like they get into school systems and things like that. So they really are trying to capture as wide of a net as possible. Depends on what's going on internally and externally on your body, but plasma does heal. They just took the tech away until now more are realizing it fixed anything you have wrong with you. This is all a detraction. Florida is full of people who overstay their tourist or work visas. They never leave and nothing is done about it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, right? Is like they want to talk about people that sneak into the border while also increasing the number of H-1B visas. I'm sure you guys have seen that the Department of Homeland Security is allowing like influencers and OnlyFans models to basically buy citizenship here on top of the $5 million visa that they released. And so it's like, they talk about immigration all the time, and it doesn't fucking matter, because they are just as responsible for importing them as they are for exporting them. I think it should be neither. I don't think the government should have any, control over anyone's movements. But I also don't think anybody should control anybody. So, might be might be a little hard to get people to come to that side of the political ideology. But at the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't matter what you have an issue with. The thing that allows these things to exist is government. Government is the thing that gives authority to things like Palantir, to things like BlackRock, right? They allow these things to exist at the disinterest of all of us, knowing that it's like it goes against all of the principles and ideologies that this country pretends to stand for. In any reasonable, logical society, Larry Fink would be hanging from a fucking wall for the shit that he does, right? George Soros would be. And the fact that the government not only doesn't do anything about these people, but actively works with them and is complicit with them, I think and it's every day. And so people are constantly, asking for evidence of like, how is everyone controlled? And it's like, well, just look at everything. Look at even Thomas Massie, right? Like Vivek Ramaswamy, he's running for Ohio governor, and his number one donator, his highest single donor, is Jeff Yoss, who is a pro-Zionist Jewish billionaire, who donates directly to the Kohelet Policy Forum in Israel, which is basically like Israel's version of AIPAC. And they work directly with the Knesset, which is Israel's Congress. So the guy that funds Vivek and was a major investor in TikTok before it got bought by Oracle, he also donates to Thomas Massie and Rand Paul. And so when people talk about Thomas Massie being good, I'm like, okay, so you trust politicians that take money from pro-Zionist, Jewish, Israeli citizen billionaires. It's like you can't, and their number one argument is, well, it's not that much. And in my opinion, any amount over zero is too much. It is too much. And like that's where, you start to get this like pissing contest of, well, Rand Paul got 24 million and he was seen kissing the wall. And it's like, okay, well, Thomas Massie might not have gotten millions, but didn't he just come out with that Epstein law that had no fucking teeth and can't be enforced whatsoever and is being daily like violated by the Trump administration? And there's no repercussions, there's no consequences, there's no blowback, there's no legal process that can hold him accountable or force him to release the documents. Thomas Massie is never going to out anything of consequence. He's never going to do anything of consequence that lives long enough and is everlasting in the benefit of the American people. And that's not me saying like, oh, he's non-interventionist and blah, blah, blah. Like, he says all the things that you want to hear, and that is his role. If you like Thomas Massie, you have been successfully psyoped to support a politician that is funded by a Jewish Zionist billionaire that works directly with the Israeli government. In full stop right there. End of story. That's without getting into his Freemason ties, MIT, the Rotary Club, and all of that. And so, the fact that he's throwing money behind Vivek, and, Jeff Yoss has also helped fund University of Austin, which is Barry Weiss, Niall Ferguson, Joe Lonsdale, right? So the same guy funding Israel, the Likud party, Netanyahu, all of the Israeli Congress people, and this huge think tank is also funding Vivek, is also funding Thomas Massey, is funding Rand Paul, is funding this University of Austin thing that is just Mossad and Palantir. And so it's all bullshit. And I hate that people can't understand that, because at the end of the day, the type of personality you need to have in order to desire to rule over a population of people makes you a sociopath and a psychopath. Even if you believe you're doing it for the greater good and you're doing the right thing, you're still compelling people by force of law or threat of death that they have to listen to you and do what you say. And that, at the end of the day, is never going to be something that is conducive to people's freedom and liberty. Ever. I mean, we live in a republic, and the Romans, they created the republic in order to provide a pressure relief valve for the peasants, for the peons of society, and make them believe that they had a say. And what it also does doubly is that now that we don't have kings and dictators, right? It's the will of the people is what decides all of these outcomes. When was the last time that our government actually did anything that expressed the true will of the people? Never. Not in my fucking lifetime. And so what you have is the government is now allowed to do whatever you want. And I think that it's important to understand that, the outcomes and the results of government policy is being placed as a blame on us. And so it creates this this sort of like Stockholm syndrome gaslighting duopoly that ends up sort of impacting people on both sides. And it basically makes it to where it's like, oh, well, you don't like the state of affairs. That's your fault. That's your fault because you voted for it, or you didn't vote for it, or you didn't do this thing or the other thing. When in actuality, full accountability falls on the fucking government at the end of the day. If there are decisions being made by government officials that do not require a direct population vote on compromised voting machines, as we saw in Philippines and Venezuela, and the Diebold's and the Smartmatics and the Hanging Chad from back in the day, all of it. Voting has always been staged. Even when they weren't electronic, I would say that it got worse when it became electronic voting machines. And here we are, right? Like, I think that even when they were like voting for the president 100 years ago, it was fake. They had the people that would deliver the ballots on payroll, changing them out. You had like JFK's father was working with the fucking mafia to help get him elected by pressuring people, by throwing away votes, shit like that. Like it goes back to him. A lot of people like to pretend that JFK was a good guy and that he was like our last real president. He was fucking he was backed by the Rockefellers. He was really good friends with David Rockefeller. JFK's sister dated David Rockefeller back in the day. They were that fucking close. Not the one that got lobotomized. The other one. Boomers love to say if you don't vote, you don't get to complain. Wild. So if I do vote, do I get to give them shit for anything? It's stupid. It's exactly like they have at the grocery store, right? It's a false dichotomy. It doesn't matter if you buy fucking Hebrew National or Oscar Mayer, they're both owned by BlackRock and Unilever. We're already in 2026, so much distraction, aren't we? A little bit late to stop the agenda 2030. I mean, I'll be honest, man, I'm full black pill at this point. Um I don't foresee anybody doing fucking anything about anything. We're just going to sit here and watch things unfold on the national stage, and all that's going to happen is everyone's going to take turns commenting on it for fucking views and engagement. And that's all that will happen. And I would love for somebody to prove me wrong. I would be thrilled for the day that I can say, you know what? I was wrong. People fucking did something about it. People are always asking me for solutions, and the one solution that would actually work, you can't legally say. We all know what it is. We just can't say what it is. And I think that is probably the biggest part, right? Is that everybody knows, but it's this giant game of chicken about, who's gonna do the thing first. Is it gonna be them, or is it gonna be one of us? And the way that I kind of see it is they have all the finance, all the weapons, all the intel, all the surveillance, and everything like that. And I don't understand why. What's this? I say it all day. It's even blocked from chat. I'm not sure what is blocked from chat because I don't have any blocked terms in here or anything like that. You were right from the beginning, Seven. I appreciate that. I never like to say I told you so. I think that it is rude, but I think that it's important that I'm able to kind of point back and say, look, and we're starting to see now that the nuclear stuff is picking up, and I think that's really, really important to talk about as well, because I was talking about that about a year ago. Even before then, it was like late 2024, and I was like, guys, during Trump's term, he's going to start like hyper expanding the nuclear energy program. He was trying to do it in his last term. He's creating all these deals with like Middle East, like Middle East countries and European countries and stuff to export energy, and basically sell it at the profit of private companies instead of any sort of like trickle down energy for us, in the same time that we are also supposedly facing like an energy crisis. And it's insane to see that, people are focused on like stupid shit. Why are we worried about, like, I've seen so many posts about, Dan Bongino's coming back to the podcasting game. It's like, who gives a fuck? Why are we talking about these people? These people that make zero decisions. These people that have zero accountability. These people that no matter how much you criticize them, they're just going to continue to have money dumped on them because they're willing to play the role and follow the part and say the shit they need to say. Thanks for the thanks. Also, I guess a few people still exist. Yeah, people, there's a couple real people, I think, left on the internet. Most of them are in this chat. Revolution and Hangings. I mean, that's yeah. The occultist told us World War III is a silent war. Well, right now, we are like being silently attacked. And It's through, obviously like the food, wireless signals, technology itself, chemtrails. There's so many things that are happening. They are actively engaging in warfare against the global, I guess I shouldn't say global, the worldwide populace every single day. Every single day. And it is a violent one where they are killing millions of people. And we're just supposed to sit here and pretend that we live in a civilized society. And that's the whole ruse, right? Is that we live in a civilized society. Meanwhile, they are committing acts of violence on us every single day, and they have somehow managed to train us to be too stupid to realize it. And maybe not all of us, right? Like, I know some of you can see it. I know most of you probably see it. And I consider it like an act of war. But I guess people don't see that way. So, yeah, wind, solar, duper policy for the existing energy security controlled demolition. China and Russia are in on it. They are. And it's crazy, too, because people say, what proof do you have that China's in on it? And I'm like, brother, you realize China is also creating AI. China also has a surveillance state. China also has like a biodigital convergence that is happening. China also has, I think that the China thing is overplayed a little bit, to kind of scare us and say like, oh, well, at least we're not them. But I do think that they are absolutely on the same path as us, probably a couple years ahead of us, if I had to guess. But it's all of them. There, you can go find where there are thousands of U.S. researchers that are actively collaborating with Chinese researchers with zero sanctions or punishments or restrictions or limitations. And when you look at that and you realize that what they're doing, they're collaborating with science, right? Under the guise of like humanitarianism. And sharing intel is what allies do in warfare. They are allied with the United States to commit warfare against the global populace. So when people say China, how is China in on it? Because they're not, sucking Israel's fucking dick. It's like that. What do you think controlled oppositions are? Like China is the Thomas Massie. China's the Thomas Massie of the world, right? China supposedly has the government or followers who will enforce the same digital punishment policy sooner than later. Yeah, Asia as a whole is fucked. Like the Japanese don't know it yet, but they have policies that are in the works right now that are being pushed by companies like SoftBank, that are directly partnered with Stargate. By the way, Stargate is OpenAI, SoftBank, which is Japan, and Oracle, which is the CIA. OpenAI is Microsoft, which also employs thousands of Chinese coders. They had Chinese contractors coding DoD code on behalf of Microsoft Azure. You don't do that if you're really enemies. Canada is fucked too. They have some crazy stuff going on up there. Man, I would not be surprised if before Trump is over that we officially annex Canada. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if it's going to happen. I do seriously think that Greenland will become part of the United States before the Trump term is over. Canada might be, like 2029, 2030 maybe. Mexico, I think is getting close. They've already talked about like Mexico and Cuba and all this. And so, when you look at that technate map that Elon Musk's grandfather and all the technocrats of like the 1930s, had come up with. And you look at it, you're like, that. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. And it's very eerily similar to the Club of Rome map, right? Where all of these, mass continents are broken up based on, like socioeconomic factors as opposed to like geographical or what that looks like. SoftBank bought Gannett Media, 2304 regional UK newspapers. They have since sold Gannett Media, and it is now owned by the government of Abu Dhabi, and they have changed Gannett Media to USA Today. What's up, Colin? Emancipation of slavery was just a paradigm shift to a more complex form of slavery, but this time of all races. Yeah, they dropped the physical shackles for invisible financial ones. Was about to say Technocracy, a Club, a roadmap. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And see, that's where it kind of goes back to, I did some researching into like Rome and sort of what happened for the last like 50 years of it, and all of it all goes back to the Silk Road and how they were able to amass tons of influence and power through the Silk Road, and basically push the Abrahamic religions to influence Rome. And, eventually Constantine came up, and, the Catholic Church was created, the Vatican. Eyes on the Arctic, bro. What's going on in the Arctic right now? Unwanted assisted suicides. Yeah, they just started MAID in New York, didn't they? Or was it California? Now they call it mandatory income tax instead of slavery. I know. I know. That's who runs Reno's newspaper, USA Today, or Burners. The empire never ended. Yeah. Yeah, it literally never did. They went on to basically found London, and get London going. And, there were all those, do you guys remember the Crusades? That was kind of a big deal. And they basically used that to manufacture the illusion that Rome fell so that it could slowly infiltrate going west. And it did that. And then the founding fathers, who were all, Sabbatine Frankist Freemasons, they partnered with the Freemasons of France, and established America. I mean, you guys know all this, the Illuminati, all that bullshit. But speaking of Silk Road, good old Pax Judaica coming soon. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. One thing I want to show you guys really quickly is I created something that I haven't referenced in a while, but I want to see what you guys think about it. Because this was just kind of my this was just kind of my the results of my research, and how I come to like sort of understand everything. Now, when it comes to like the Abrahamic religions and the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament, I think that there is a lot of like allusions, metaphors, allegories, and stuff to things that did actually happen, maybe embellished, and things like that. But really quickly, let me see if I can pull this up here. All right. So we have this, right? And so like when it comes to the Noah's Ark shit, I think that there was no guy that built a boat. There was no fucking 40 days on the ocean, all that bullshit. I think they lived high enough up on a mountain, so that when flooding happened uh, from the seas here that they have, so you had the Mediterranean Sea, you had the Persian Gulf, you had the Arabian Sea, the Red Sea, and then you had this sea up here, right up here. And basically, the water levels rose high enough to flood this area, which they had considered the world at the time. And I think that it pushed people naturally up into the mountains, and that you had this mountainscape right here that looks a lot like a boat, that maybe you had this like civilization or this village that was basically up there, and while they were there, creating all these like crazy rituals and shit, like the sacrificing and shit like that. Also to note, the flood that would have happened would have naturally also pushed animals up to higher elevations as well. And I think that that may be like a potential explanation for what, they would have considered like taking two of each animal. Right, is that like some animals were up there and they survived the flood and then came back down after the water levels dropped, and dispersed out that way. Because then it talks about Noah's sons, and I think that was that's sort of like a metaphor for like the generations that came after. So not necessarily that they were, like individuals, but that they were groups of people that, followed the same teachings and beliefs and shit like that. Stoop said, keep your eyes on the Arctic. PSYOP incoming. Russia and China are all doing drills up there. The Arctic is a huge piece of the little season theory. See, I would need. Do you have a link or anything I can look at? Because we're still gonna get into like the nuclear energy deals and kind of look at some of that stuff. But I definitely have time to take a look at it. If there's any like new developments or anything going on. Now, when it comes to these people, like I think that they say that Japheth ended up having fairer skin, and I think that that's what can sort of denote like the Ashkenazi, the Gomers, and things like that. They moved up into the mountainous regions, and these plains up here, according to like genealogical records, and they had fairer skin. Now, Japheth actually translates to like beautiful and expansive, which I think was a way to sort of name them based on the area that they lived in. And again, this is all like, okay, if I have to like take, what they're saying at face value and try to make it make sense without all of the like fairy tale bullshit, this is like what I consider a plausible explanation that they tell themselves, passed down over time to explain like where they come from. But they have sort of mythologized it, and like deified it. And I think instead it's just, this is where we came from. This is where we get our beliefs and our traditions and our practices and our customs. And I think that all of it just descends from this like small group of people that were up on this mountaintop that were, they were worshiping Moloch. They were sacrificing people. They were, sacrificing children. They were, doing like mind games on people and basically believing the Kabbalah. When it comes to ham is another word for hot. Little Seasoners say that BRICS versus NATO are Gog and Magog. Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. The East versus the West. I think that what we're kind of seeing now is like the manufactured downfall of the West so that they can fulfill their prophecy. You know, they're slowly starting to have more and more people like call out Israel, which is exactly what is part of their prophecy as well. And you know, it's like when I see people that are so fixated on you know, Israel, 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 Jews, 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 and I'm like, yes, they are absolutely a huge part of it, but you are also leaving out the Jesuits, the, you know, the Scientologists, the Kabbalists, the non-practicing, right? People that are also just as involved. Here's a link. Oh, perfect. Um, so like with Ham, um, you know, it translates to hot, and his people ended up moving further south, towards like the lower regions. So all these things circled here in yellow, that's where you got like the Babylonians and the Uruks and the Isus and shit like that. And then you had, you know, they had the darkest skin because they were the lowest elevation. They were in the desert, and I think over time they became the most dark complected. And then you had Shem, which is where Semite actually comes from, is tan skin. So Shem is actually translated it loosely into the word shelf. And those are the Middle Eastern shelves. So they're the spaces in between the mountain ranges and the deserts. So like the steppes and the plateaus and the basins and shit like that. Um, and you know, when you like zoom in on like the Japheth, possible meanings in Hebrew: open, enlarged, handsome, beautiful, may he extend, to enlarge and make spacious. Meaning to extend, may he extend, meaning beauty, right? And I was looking up everything in like both Aramaic and Hebrew, because I think that it's kind of important to get both. I'm waiting on that link from Stoops. Is it letting you post links? BlackRock isn't China run. What you could do is maybe separate it with like a space or something after the .com, and then I can take it and copy it. If it's not letting you post links, I'm not sure why it wouldn't, but just on the off chance that it is. And then ham actually translates to hot. So and then shelf, right down here. Shim, name, Shemite, Semite, shelf, shelf dweller. Today's word Shim means a name, and its plural is Shemat. Shim, however, is also a name. The people of Israel are the descendants of this son, and therefore they are called Semites or Semitic, the sons of Shem. Now, when it comes to son in Aramaic, the word is bar, but bar can also mean descendant, grandson, follower, something like that. And so that to me is when they're talking about the sons of Noah, I think they are groups of people that followed the traditions and customs of the people that were up on that mountain fucking sacrificing people and doing all this crazy shit. And you know, the I believe it was the son of Ham ended up being Canaan, which is where the Canaanites come from. But another word for Canaan is lowlands, literally describing the geographical region where these people live. And so they say, like, oh, his son was named Canaan. No, the people that moved into the lower lands were called Canaanites because Canaan meant lowlands. They were the lowland dwellers. And then the son of Canaan was Sidon, which means fishery. And it was a little further in, lower down in elevation, and was right on a port. And so instead of it actually being a guy named Sidon, it was a group of people named Sidon that came from the Canaanites, that came from Ham, that came from Noah, that came from this mountain where they practiced the Kabbalah. Um, and then you have Bethlehem, or hot house of El. El being Saturn. The god of the Old Testament. And then there's just so much other shit, like Mesopotamian mythology. El refers to the supreme deity of the Canaanite pantheon, considered the chief creator god and the father of other gods like Baal and Anat. And then, that's where Abraham comes in, is a literal translation of Abraham would be, because Abra, I believe, is on here as well. Let me see if I can find that. Abra, right here. Father of many crossings / passages. In Hebrew, Abra means father of many or father of a multitude. While in Arabic, it means passage or crossing. So the name is associated with significant figures such as Abraham and Prophet Ibrahim, and it has been used in literature and popular culture. And I think what happened here was that you had the Hebrews that were trying to push their Abrahamic religion, and they ran into Arabics, and the Arabics were like, oh, these are the people that we're always running into on the Silk Road, and they're, constantly giving us stuff. So they are, they're pushing this father of many crossings because they're all over the Silk Road. Because when you look at it, it's like, okay, so where all of these sort of things meet, they were where the Silk Road conjoined. They met at this place where all of these trade routes conjoined with each other. And that is how they sort of created this monopoly on influence and information and religion and shit like that. And when you take that into consideration and you translate Abraham, it just becomes father of many hot paths, aka the Silk Road. And I think that Abrahamism and the Abrahamic religions is literally the practice of pushing this belief system that was the Kabbalah up in this mountain range by this group of people, innovated on and, changed over time, slowly and surely through different practices and denominations as they spread out to become the Abrahamic religions as we know them today. And I don't know shit about the Bible, but I was trying to use both the Bible and genealogical records and like history and things like that and find a general consensus of something that can both happen in today's time and also sort of explain some of the things there, right? And trust in a book called the Bible is a bad game of telephone, but suckers still believe it. Yeah, and so when I look at people that consider like Islam and Zionism to be at contention with each other, that to me is just sort of still they're controlled opposition. All of Islam is controlled opposition. In my personal belief, I think all of Christianity is a controlled opposition for that exact same reason. Because at the end of the day, you are still worshiping the exact same God that they are. Like the father of Jesus in the New Testament is the Old Testament God, is he not? And that is who the Jews worship, is it not? Atheism is controlled opposition. Yeah, well, so that's not for me to say that I don't think that there's some sort of like higher power, spirituality, something that sort of connects us all, right? And I've talked about this a few times on a few different streams, and I think that when we start to take what we believe to be the thing that connects us all, and we start to personify it and put different rules on it and, very specific belief systems and shit like that, that's when it becomes a weapon. And, I think that, when it comes down to it, what everyone considers to be our humanity. So the things that the feelings that connect us together, the things that allow you to like feel empathy for another person. The thing that makes you do something generous, even if it's to like your own detriment, because you know it's the right thing to do. That feeling of guilt that you get when you do a bad thing. That to me would be God. And I think that that is a little different for most people. And I think that the people that are incapable of sort of feeling those things, and, you know, having empathy and shit like that, I think that those people are the ones that, they don't have that. And so they adopt this practice of Kabbalah to actively attack us because they hate us for being able to connect with each other on like on a spiritual, like human level, and have like a sense of like common goodwill towards your fellow man. Jesus never said Jehovah was his father, never, and he said your father is the devil to the priests. Well, so when it all talks about like you know, Jesus being like the son of God, Jesus was the true father, which is not Jehovah. So is that to say that Jesus didn't exist before his birth? Or I'm confused. Was Jesus God in a human body? And if so, why didn't he just like, I don't know, do a better job of like convincing everyone that he was God? Like, what was with the whole crucifixion thing? Like that, he's omnipotent. There are easier ways to do the things you want to do and accomplish the things you want to accomplish. Chat trying to witness the seven. Like, I don't know. That's just kind of my thing, is that I don't think anybody knows. Truly, I don't think I know. And I think that that is better than most people who claim to know. Because in my opinion, I don't think anybody knows. So when somebody says that they know, I consider them a liar. That's just my opinion. Yeah, exactly. And when they do, that then makes me question everything else. And so like in the Bible, right, when it talks about like the talking burning bush or the talking snake or Moses parting the sea, and all that shit, like shit that isn't done today, can't be done today. It's like, okay, well, I'm either gonna take it all or I'm gonna take none of it. And since I don't see any talking burning bushes and shit, I'm just gonna, you know, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. I think that I have felt the feelings that people attribute to, you know, spiritual revelations and shit like that. Um, and I think I understand what they're talking about. I think that they are misattributing it to something else, that they have been indoctrinated into. Aliens are fake and gay. I also don't believe in aliens. Right? Like it's one of those things where I need, where's the, you have the burden of proof. You claim that there's aliens, show me an alien. And until you do, I don't believe you. And that's the end of the story, right? Like, it's the same with the moon landing. I don't think there's sufficient enough proof to convince me that we went to the moon. People claim we went to the moon. The positive claim is that's where the burden of proof lies. And so if somebody says, hey, you know, Jesus was real and, you know, everything like that, you have to be able to prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is without bringing things like faith into it, because that faith isn't proof, in my opinion. Take this juice and bread as symbol of Christ's body and blood. Atheism makes itself out to be God. There is nothing greater to be conceived than your own reason, and thus you trust in yourself. You become your own God. Well, see, I think that a lot of that has to do with ego as well, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I think that it is important to kind of like put trust and faith in yourself, but also realize that like you're just as capable of being wrong, right? Like I think that I'm absolutely capable of being wrong. I'm human, right? I have my own set of biases. I have my own perceptions about things. I have my own certain limits of information. And I think that that case is true with literally everybody. But there are people that pretend that they are just right and that they know. And that to me is very unbecoming of people, because none of us actually know. None of us actually know. Why shouldn't we aspire to become gods? Because it is not something that is accessible to everybody. And if we all sort of contribute to this, like, breaking of the glass ceiling to allow, like, some sort of deification of a person, you have to know that that's not going to trickle down to you. And they're going to do the worst things possible. Like, any sort of technology or ability or capability or talent or skill or information or opinion that is in the hands of government will inevitably be weaponized against you. Always has been and always will be. So in my opinion, like, when it comes to like these brain computer chips and shit like that, people are always like, well, you know, it'll make people with Alzheimer's be able to remember stuff again, and it'll allow people that, you know, lost like motor function of their legs to be able to walk. And I'm like, but at what cost? The cost of the freedom and privacy of the mentality of everybody on the planet? Do we really need to have everybody chipped and plugged into a fucking matrix so that a couple 100,000 people can walk? In a society where we have all sorts of things that cater to their disability, like wheelchairs and ramps and shit. Like, call me ableist, I don't give a fuck. I think that sacrificing like the freedom, the privacy, and the autonomy of everyone on the planet just to make a couple of people have a better quality of life, that's exactly what the fuck they do now. Except instead of it being a bunch of billionaires, it's just people in wheelchairs. Or like dementia patients. And this might come across as like very cold, but it's not like the people with Alzheimer's and dementia are gonna fucking know any better. I'm sorry. Like, I know it comes off as like crass and like uncaring, but I would rather them stay in a fucking wheelchair if it meant none of us had to get a brain chip. It is what it is. The biggest discovery for me last year was Sabrina Wallace, and that the internet is running through our bodies. Yeah, the biodigital convergence is definitely the most important thing to talk about. I think that, you know, there is a very concerted effort, even amongst like some of my peers. They'll talk about technocracy. They'll talk about Peter Thiel. They won't fucking talk about DARPA. They won't talk about the DHS. They won't talk about DIA. They won't talk about signals intelligence. They won't talk about the IEEE, right? They won't talk about any of that. They'll keep it at Peter Thiel, and they'll keep it very surface level. And I'm like, okay, do you talk about Eric Schmidt? Do you talk about DARPA? Do you talk about ICANN in Canada and what they're doing to partner with DARPA and like the NBIC and other like United States organizations, or how those United States organizations are also partnering with like Israel organizations, or scientific institutions in, yeah, the ITU is another big one as well. Um, you're a dipshit if you talk about all that and don't expect repercussions, by the way. Talk about what? I look like I'm tripping balls? Yeah, CERN is another one. I mean, like, I don't know. It seems like there's just a spectrum of controlled opposition, and it's like you have Cat Turd, and then you have like fuck, I don't know, like redacted X22 SGT or whatever. Then you have like whoever would be below them, and it's like it just keeps going, right? Like Jimmy Dore's on that list. Like Jimmy Dore is never gonna fucking talk about anything important until it's too late. He's actually partnered with Kalshi now, by the way, which, as you guys know, is like a way for the elite to insider trade and extract money from all of us by gambling on world events that they absolutely all have insider knowledge into and shit like that. Like, Jimmy, what are you doing? You already have a wellness company sponsor. Many of these Christians suffer from narcissistic personality disorder and will bash you for questioning their delusion. C's, where have you been? Good to hear from you. Hey, man, I've been good. I just a lot of it just personal stuff, and majority of it is I don't know. Like if I'm gonna go live, I need to have a reason. Like I see so many times that people will go live and they will just like, they'll talk about the headline of the day and they'll, stretch that out for 2 hours. Right. And never actually like take a position one way or the other. They'll just ask questions, like, do we want to live in a world? No, we don't want to live in a world. We don't. You need to talk about how these people are fucking bioterrorists, eco-terrorists, call them what they are, say the shit that they're doing, stop asking questions, stop benefit of the doubting. It is warfare. They are committing acts of warfare against us every day. So the second that you take the benefit of the doubt, you're fucked. The second that you're like, well, maybe, no, it's never a maybe. It's either right now or later. It's never, there's never going to be like a positive turn of events for us while these power dynamics and these dichotomies are in place. Ever. And it doesn't matter who's in power. It doesn't matter which country it is, right? Like you have Maduro in Venezuela pretending to be like this super anti-Zionist motherfucker. And then the second that the United States comes in, he just falls on the sword, much like the way Alex Jones did when he got sued for Sandy Hook, and just let himself be captured. I think that they're basically gonna fly Maduro out. They're gonna give him a little bit of like cosmetic surgery, and they're gonna put him up in a penthouse somewhere in like Estonia or some shit where nobody's ever gonna recognize him. Same shit they did with Epstein. Or like, look at Ghislaine Maxwell. Look at Julian Assange. Look at Julian Assange's lawyer, who is representing Maduro. It's fucking all stupid and retarded. Like, Maduro gave Venezuela to Trump. I don't know why people can't see that, but that's how it is. Do you guys remember what happened in Syria? Do you guys remember when there was like, oh, all of a sudden there's a 2-day rebellion in fucking Syria that manages to overthrow the president, and he just goes and flies off to Russia, and then boom, now we have that guy from Al-Qaeda is just in power now. And he was the head of the revolution. Okay. Got it. Yeah, the people in power think might is right. How can atheism critique that? There is no right or wrong if there is no God. Well, see, I'm not saying there is no God. I'm saying that I think that all of us are wrong about what he could be. And in my opinion, I think it is the common goodwill towards your fellow man, and like, feeling bad about doing something wrong, like guilt, your conscience. I think all of that is, and I think that that's like something that is inherently shared between us as humans, and that there are people that aren't capable of feeling those things, or having those traits. And I think that those are the people that act these way, and push these things. Recommend Morgan C000. She has all the receipts. Did good vibes create the world? I don't understand your position. Do you know what created the world? Because if you say you do, I'm going to call you a fucking liar. Because you weren't there, and you're getting all of your information from people who are capable of lying just as much as both of us. So, like, I'm willing to say, I don't know. Here's my best guess. I could be wrong. Are you willing to do the same? Because if not, then I can't take you seriously as a person. It is what it is. And that's not like anything personal towards you. I mean, I would hold that same thing for anything, right? If somebody claims something and provided zero evidence, how can I take them seriously? I'm willing to admit that I don't know. Maybe you are 100% right, but I don't have any compelling evidence that indicates to me that that's the case. And that's not me saying that you're wrong necessarily. I think all of us are wrong. I think nobody knows 100%. And if we're not willing to meet there, then I don't know, where we can meet. Because I know a lot of people would say, you're wrong, you're stupid, your beliefs are fucking retarded, and you're a shitty person for having them. I'm like, dude, how do you know? Is there something that you could provide to me that maybe I'm not seeing, that I've never seen before, from like the hundreds of people that I've had this conversation with, that maybe will change it? If you don't know what's right, how can you say those transhumanists aren't right? I mean, I believe I know what is right. I think that infringing on someone's liberty, well-being, life, freedom, privacy, I see it as the golden rule. I don't want it done to me. I don't want people to be able to do it to you. I think that's pretty simple. I think the only people that would be excluded from this conversation would be masochists. But there's always an exception to the rule. Imposing your rights on others without their consent is not right. But you don't know, that's just your opinion. Transhumanists have a different opinion and a lot more money. Well, so I'll say it like this. I don't believe in lessening somebody's quality of life for the pursuit of power, control, money, etc. And I think that there would be an overwhelming majority of the population that would agree with me on that and come to a consensus. And really all we have to go off of, since none of us know, is what is best for everyone. And in my opinion, that is, leave us all the fuck alone, don't tell us what to do, and let people solve things between themselves. Men do not create law, men merely create a contract. Yeah, I'm always seeing people complain like, oh, they're infringing on the First Amendment, and I can't help but laugh every time I see that, because I'm like, you understand that a piece of paper doesn't give you freedom of speech. Critical thinking and your vocal cords give you freedom of speech, and anything outside of that is a fucking lie, right? Like, your ability to think for yourself and your own autonomy, and then your ability to express those through your vocal cords, those are the only two things that give you free speech. This stupid fucking piece of paper, that was created by man, it can be destroyed by man. And is. And so like if you hinge your freedoms and liberties on that, then they're always going to be conditional, always. But if you supersede that and say, like free speech is inherently for all humans regardless of where the fuck they live. um is that why I'm so weird? No one can possibly know anything about creation after life. It could be real, but I think all organized religions are bullshit and about control. Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Is like that's not me saying that like every religious belief is like a form of control. I think that, if you just happen to have like a personal relationship with it, and you practice in private, and you don't like try to force your principles and ideologies from your religion onto other people by force, then whatever, do whatever the fuck you want to. It's the second that your religious beliefs start to impact things outside of yourself is when I think it becomes an issue. And that's why organized religion, the Vatican, all of Islam, all of Judaism, in my opinion, like, just not for me. Definitely not a fan of Christian nationalism, I see. I mean, in my opinion, right, like, my issue with the nationalists, right, is they say, let's take Nick, for example, cheering on the Venezuelan thing and being very pro-U.S., like, imperialism. Being a nationalist is supporting your government. Our government fucking sucks, and it always has. So no, I'm not a fan of nationalism, because all it does is just empower the government right here, which is the same government that works around the world. I pray for you, Seven Seas. I don't convert, nor do I argue. It's a personal relationship with Jesus. I have faith in answered prayer. It is a gift which you can receive or not. God loves you either way. And see, I'm good with that. At the end of the day, it's like, I'm not here to change your mind. You're probably not going to change mine. And I think as long as we both understand that and can have that mutual respect that we're just never going to believe the same things because we're two different people, and we can leave it at that and then move on to other conversations where maybe, we can reach some sort of consensus, I think is important. And I respect that a lot, in the sense that, like, hey, I don't agree with you here, but then we can agree on like 99% of other things. And I think that I'm willing to like sort of set that aside, and disregard that, because in my opinion, like, at the end of the day, as long as you're not like, trying to indoctrinate the masses to follow you and give you money and do the things you say God claims, he told you to do and shit, like, dude, more power to you. Whatever makes you happy and fulfills you in life, as long as you're not hurting another person, I don't give a shit. In like the best way possible, right? Like, you do you, and I will respect that. And I just want that same thing in return, right? And it's like, okay, cool. So you don't believe the things I believe, but what do you believe that I believe? And sort of us coming together that way, I think, is important. Because like religion is like the number one thing that like drives us all apart. And I think that too many people are, it's like, if you don't believe the way that I believe, automatically like you're evil, or you are here to like serve as a detriment to my belief system. And it's like, no, that might not be the case. I mean, if there were somebody that could come in and like evaluate my life and the things that I do and the principles and the morals that I, covet and hold dear and practice, not only publicly but also in private, and you compared me to like the most boisterous, outspoken Christian that you could find, I would argue that I probably behave more Christian like than most Christians. But that's, that's neither here nor there. How can someone believe Jesus is the most high, but the government is also the most high? Because that's Christian nationalism. Jesus would vote Trump. We should too. I love your authenticity and loving heart. You've helped me see the truth of this nightmare. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you being here and not just being like, oh, this guy is fucking non-believer and turning it off, right? Because there may be some stuff that you can tell me that I don't know. And there may be some stuff I can tell you that you don't know. And that will just further both of our researches and the extent of our knowledge and make us better people. The main issue that I have with religion is the way that it is weaponized. I think that over New Year's we saw, I believe it was South America. There was a giant depiction of Jesus that was made out of drones for the New Year. And I worry because when it comes to something like Project Bluebeam, they've never actually 100% said that it would be like aliens. And I kind of worry that possibly what could happen is that they stage a religious apocalypse and use people's faith against them in order to convince them that God has appeared before them when actually it is a giant illusion created with technology. And I just worry that, with such a huge focus on, like the return of like old Christianity, like Christianity to the country, I worry that it does set us up for something like that to sort of happen, if that makes sense. And so that's my huge issue with like the drive towards like theological society. Like I think that's why Peter Thiel, like talks about Christianity and the Antichrist and stuff, because I think that, at the end of the day, they want to get people mentally prepared for the idea of a Messiah returning so that they can fake it. They are planning on faking it. And I think they're going to produce Allah. I think they may produce Jesus. They may produce both. Who knows? Yeah, you had Joe Rogan talking about how AI, like Jesus was going to come back as an AI. Like, you can't do that. Following the teachings of Christ and following the Christian religion are two totally different things. Yeah. You can make this shit up. And they did. They skipped the fake alien invasion with 3i Atlas, so that's good. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, when I saw that whole 3i Atlas thing, I was like, oh, that's bullshit. And people were like, how do you know it's bullshit? And I'm like, it came from NASA. NASA said that it was out there. You know what else NASA said? That we went to the moon. So no, I don't believe them. That shit was probably AI generated. It's control on so many levels, from dogma doctrine to social engineering and hive speak. Yep. Yeah, because like even science is like, I would consider science like sort of an occult religion, right? Because we look at like the trans stuff or vaccines or anything like that, and it's like, well, you can't pursue that science. You can't tell that truth. You have to follow us, and you have to practice and preach the things that we do. It came from NASA, enough said. Yeah, right? I mean, that to me is like, okay, I'm not going to believe it. Science is 100% a religion. Yeah. Yeah, like I think that science has also been weaponized against us. I always look at like the TESCREAL thing. The entire mentality behind it is, we know what's best for you, because we are in a position of authority over you. And if you do not agree with the things that we say, then you disagree what is best with what is best for humanity. And that is the same bullshit that they push for climate change. That is the same bullshit they push for the COVID vaccine. That is the same bullshit that they're pushing for anti-Semitism. And it's ridiculous. Not a space agency. It's really not. I mean, if you want me to be completely honest, I think that what happened was you had Vannevar Bush, who managed to convince the military, hey, don't just invest in weapons. You need to be investing in science. You need to be investing in tech. And then we get NASA, who claims to be like launching shit out into space. And then after that, we start getting intercontinental ballistic missiles. And we are able to provide payloads halfway across the world. And so to me, in my opinion, NASA was just a giant front in order for them to produce and test ICBM technology right out in the fucking open. That's my opinion anyway. I think that NASA, especially in the beginning, was that it was all a front so that they could create, you know, the propulsion systems to deliver payloads from greater distances, and just telling us that we were expanding out into the stars. That's my opinion. And these are also the same people that say we drop nuclear bombs, which I also disagree with. I don't think the burden of proof is there. This is my first time tuning in live. What's going on, man? What's going on, brother? We're just talking about how everything's fake and gay. Does anyone else feel like we're in the Matrix in a Groundhog Day loop? It's exactly like Groundhog Day, except every day it gets 1% worse. It is the same day. It's just a worse day because some other bullshit has happened to further the global agenda. Magnetic field repulsion between planets means no getting past the firmament. What about the Van Allen belt? What about the fact that they've literally deleted fucking everything from the Apollo missions? And they can't recreate the technology. They can't find the telemetry data. The fucking... all that. Yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, it's... does time feel like it's been speeding up? Yeah, I actually just mentioned that earlier, where, you know, I think that what is happening is that so, you know, 10 years ago, or I guess I should say like 20 years ago, for you to sort of be like plugged in to this like information loop, things were happening very gradually. Information traveled slow. Right. And so what you had was you had a slower pace of news headlines and different things that would occur, or you would learn about them, you know, later on, like a couple days after it happens or something like that. And that allows you the time in between to experience life. And it allows you to be present in the moment when you're hanging out with friends and family and doing things that you enjoy. And now it seems that they have transformed life into fill the time between headlines where something else fucking crazy happens. And so then what happens is we sort of turn on to like this autopilot where we're only half present for a lot of the things that we do. And if you guys remember the Adam Sandler movie Click, it's like that, where, okay, so when you're driving home from work and you're driving your regular route and you're on the interstate, have you guys ever got home and then said, I don't remember driving? I like completely fucking checked out. I went on autopilot. Has anybody ever experienced that before? You're like, you drive to somewhere, you pull up and you're like, bro, I don't even, and like not drinking or anything, but like you were just so on autopilot that your brain just processed all that information passively. I think that that is what happens to us in between the things that happen on like on a global scale. It absolutely is a glitch. It's our brain sort of making itself efficient, but in a way that is actually serving to our detriment. And it comes with like it's the same sort of like inherent skill set that you have with like pattern recognition. And so what ends up happening is that what your life has become, at least this is my experiences for like why time has sort of sped up, is that you're never fully present anywhere. Your attention is split, your worries are split, your questions are split, your time is split. Who or what is driving my car when I have highway hypnosis? That is your lower brain. That is your lower brain that sort of controls like all of your like reflex and autonomous motor functions. Like that's what makes you blink, right? That's what makes you breathe without being conscious of it. And I think that that's what sort of takes over. Um, that would be the 5G, all the G's fucking with you. I think that has a lot to do with it too. When we talk about like autism, for example, they put a huge blame on Tylenol last year. And they say that the reason that Tylenol caused autism in people is that it disrupts the calcium ion channeling neurons in your brain. So there's a receptor in your brain that allows you to take on calcium ions like through like biological processes, your diet, different ways that you absorb things through your skin. And essentially what's happening is you have EMF signals, wireless signals that are being transmitted by cell towers and satellites and your Wi-Fi router and Bluetooth devices around you that actually impact your brain's ability to channel calcium ions through it. And so when I look at that and I see them point to that, and then I see that exact same effect happens when we are, exposed to ELF, which is, I believe it's electronic low frequency, if I remember correctly. But that's basically what we're dealing with, right? Is they took these signals and they were like, hey, if we produce these in a low enough frequency that it doesn't automatically cook people alive, then it's fine. And there was never like any sort of like long-term study that was done. The ones that were silenced. A lot of people have to remember that when we would have the ability to do long-term studies on the effects of ELF and EMF on people was when Robert Maxwell was in charge of like the peer review system. And so a lot of studies that should have been exposed, come to the light, and things like that were actually suppressed. And now we haven't had like real studies that have been done on that outside of like ones that are funded by telecommunications companies. And so I think that when you take that into combination with the like never-ending headlines happening, and the fact that we have now what used to be a totally non-digital, physical, in-person commitment to life and interacting with people that way has now been subsidized with this instantaneous one that's digital, that's always there for you and always available. I mean, how many times have you guys like scrolled Twitter and then you look at the clock and you're like, holy fuck, I've been on here for 2 hours. And I think it is like that, constantly like waiting for the next thing, wondering when the next thing is going to come up. You have biosensors in your body that they are using against you. I think much of it is people are just so preoccupied with digital and seldom take time to go outside and read a book. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I heard something about 6G. Instead of using a tower, the human body is the tower. That is absolutely correct. We 6G is coming. I would argue that it's already in effect some places. I think is it Korea that has 6G already deployed, or am I incorrect there? But yeah, they already have like all the certifications. It's gone through the IEEE and the ITU and everything like that. It is coming. Trump's already said it's coming. They've secured the frequencies for it as well. But yeah, W-band is us. It's going to be, we are the sensors. And a lot of people are like, so how do you power something like that inside the body without a battery? And I would point to, do you guys remember those bunny ears that you would put on your TVs that you didn't plug into anything, but it still somehow was able to capture a wireless signal and translate that and then produce it on your television? That is called ambient backscattering. And they are able to produce machines that are able to take advantage of that and send and receive data with either low power or no power at all. And a lot of the sensors are actually being created to harvest the metabolic energy that is produced by the cells in your body in order to power themselves. So when you look at the Matrix and the fact that they wanted to turn it, the whole plot is that everybody was turned into a fucking battery and is now plugged into this digital thing that is run by giant machines. And they have things like Agent Smith in them. What's crazy? All of us know Agent Smith in real life. Have you guys ever been out and about, maybe hanging out with friends, and you're like, guys, I think 9/11 might have been staged, or I don't think the COVID virus exists. And then you get this like bewildered look by people, and then they start producing the mainstream talking points and shit like that. When I start seeing that and people being like, what are you, what? There's no way. To me, what I'm seeing is in the Matrix, when people would turn into Agent Smith and they'd like shake really violently and shit, and then like morph into him. That's what I see every time they're like, but wait, so many people died during COVID. There had to be a COVID virus. And I'm like, no, what you saw was what they claim to be SARS symptoms is just side effects of long-term exposure to ELF and high frequency waves that they're coming out with now, like the millimeter waves and tetrahertz waves that are coming out. And if you remember, like the 6-foot rule, right? Like they, it's all about being able to create like a mesh network of humans where we're always constantly reporting on each other just by being in proximity with each other. You know, they're able to tell when our heart rate increases. They're able to tell the oxygen levels of our blood in real time. Not only that, but also, you know, you consider graphene oxide and neuromodulation, and them being able to literally change the way that your neurons fire on a molecular level. What is sad are the kids in the public on a tablet or phone. You know, it's the same at home for them. Don't attempt to take it away from them either. They'll kung fu grip. Dude, they'll just fucking shoot you at this point. They'll just shoot you at this point. It's all no bueno. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I always get people and they're like, well, you know, you're so black pilled, you're so doom and gloom, you know, if they're truly this in control, what can we even do about it? And I'm like, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want with this information. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to take out a satellite. You know, whether you believe it's actually really satellites or you think it's just balloons filled with helium, either way, there is something in the sky that is getting signaled down to people that have Starlink in the middle of nowhere. I've seen somebody use Starlink in the middle of nowhere, first person. Wasn't me. I wouldn't fucking have that shit. But it worked. And that to me is proof enough that there is something up there that they're able to beam shit down with. And it's an even more concentrated version of EMF, because what they're doing is they're taking a beam instead of waves, and they're taking all of the same like electromagnetic frequency, and they are pinpointing it directly down onto your fucking house. Hell comes to Frogtown. What if they're just bouncing beams off the ionosphere like HARP? The satellites? Beam forming is what it's called. Yeah. The radiation sickness is what weakened everybody, but it was medical systems that actually caused the majority of COVID deaths. And that I agree with. I think that the COVID vaccine was a bioweapon through and through. I think that, you know, when they were admitting people that they absolutely lived malpractice. They were putting people on ventilators and fucking murdering them. And then, you know, everything else that came with it, with like all of these nurses and doctors that knew it was COVID, that wouldn't possibly test for anything else, and probably killed people that way. Starlink is complete surveillance of every inch of the planet. Yes. Musk offered Venezuela Starlink. I know. I just talked about it last year, where I'm like, you guys do realize that's like, he's not turning people onto the internet to be a good guy. He is literally trying to surveil the entire planet and everyone on it. And like, they're going to spy on the Amish. The Amish don't have phones. They don't need to have phones. The satellites can see the Amish. The satellites are beaming shit down onto the Amish. Navy's GPS satellites are true. Operation Paperclip developed. Now they got CubeSats. Yeah, CubeSats. I mean, I here's the thing, right? Is like, these things have a market share, right? They have investors. I don't think that, you know, they're able to sort of court these investors and shit for a long time without producing some sort of viable prototype or some sort of like real world application of their technology. I mean, you can fucking buy a Starlink. That to me says that it's real. You can buy one and have it connected to your house, and that's how you get internet with no other connections to your house. So I believe that it's real, and I just have to take them at face value. They can tell where you are in your house too via Wi-Fi and LED lights. Yeah, exactly. But even that's to say, like, even the people that don't have internet, even the people that don't have smartphones, like third world people in Africa who have never even seen a power line in their life, can get beamed down on with satellites. And I don't think people understand that. And what do we do about them? Does anybody have a way to shoot down satellites? I don't. I'm not that smart. If anybody has a way to deal with those, then maybe we have a chance. But until I see somebody with a viable method of handling these things, like, they're just going to keep building shit. You know, they're talking about building like a space cloud, which is where we have a mesh network of satellites interoperating with each other and hosting data wirelessly, sending it back to data centers here. And to me, that's, you know, they're creating that castle in the sky that the layman doesn't have stairs to. Smart meter on electric, create a whole house surveillance system and worse. Yeah, and it goes even further than that, where, you know, they are what damage do satellite beamings do to us, Seven Seas? So they produce high frequency electronic magnetic radiation, or electromagnetic radiation. I mean, I opted out of my smart meter. I have a smart meter that is currently installed on my water, I called the company and said, "Hey, this company that's putting a smart meter on my house, I looked into them and they're like a super shady company. I'm not really comfortable with having this." And they were like, "Well, this is like a condition of being one of our customers, is like we are requiring every one of our customers has one of these by policy." There is not another water provider in the Tri-County area for me. And so that to me says we're going to have to build our own fucking wells. Must be why everyone is insane and getting cancer. Yes. Absolutely. Like I talked about it last year with The Last American Vagabond. I said straight up said I think there's going to be a huge trend in younger people getting diagnosed with cancer. And then like 2 weeks later, there was an article that came out that said the exact same thing and said, "Hey, we're starting to see rising cancer rates among young people." And I was like, of course you are, because what electromagnetic frequency does is it disrupts your DNA's ability to replicate itself properly, thus creating mutations. What is cancer? Cancer is a mutation in your DNA where it doesn't allow itself to replicate properly and thus transforms into malignant, benign cancer cells. Speaking of Starlink, and my internet goes out and then goes wonky, and I'm not, and no, I'm not on Starlink. Have you thought of living somewhere else? Second residency. You can buy a house for $1 in Spain and rural parts of Italy. I would love to live somewhere else. I have expressed interest in moving to like Croatia. I think, you know, it's not like an end all be all. But it is one of those things where you know, it may stave them off for a couple more years while they develop the infrastructure there. And that's about, I think, as good as it's going to get. What's up, Golden Monarch? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like, as long as Starlink is allowed to keep launching, Croatia is European Union, not there. Oh, no. Okay. I was just going to go there based off, like, some of the demographics and shit that I've seen. The body heals it by capsulation. I was extremely sick 2 to 3 weeks before the pandemic declared, waking at exactly 3:30 several nights with a racing heart. Weirdest part was remote ceiling fan light came on several times. Bro, they were probably pinging your house. What probably happened was they launched 5G at your house. We need to paint our walls with lead paint again. I'm gonna be honest. I think the whole lead paint thing and the baby eating the lead paint chips was a giant fucking psyop so that people would stop painting their house with lead so that we could be spied on. There's one way to prove whether it's true or not, and it requires me buying lead paint. I don't know where to do that. But also it destroys your immune system, that thing that fights cancer out of your system every day. Yeah, and that's what like vaccines are for, right? And that's what buy paint and buy lead flakes. You know what? I'll make my own, and then we'll eat lead paint chips live on stream, and we'll see if something happens. Just get that high oscillation glass that crackhead from Palantir uses, right? Isn't there copper paint that blocks EMF? I would assume that copper would be a conductor. I don't know, but like in my mind, I would think that anything that would be like an electric conductor would but I don't know. Um, if you have anything that I could look into, that would be great. But I also wonder, you know, I don't think copper is like one of those things that people really invest in, right? People invest in like, ohm is the word. Yeah. We need to talk about CNBC's headline: Venezuela boosts crypto. Um, Copperline Clothing apparently blocks it. I would, if you have any links on that, feel free to send them my way. Carbon paint mil spec. It's used for military skiffs. You can buy it too. Ooh, dude. So if I buy some and I eat it, would that make me the smartest man in the room or the dumbest man in the room? I feel like at this point, run and hide. You might get a few years, fight back. You'll probably die, but you also help save the world. Just got some more linen sheets for my bed. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I would say if you want to go off grid, go ahead and find yourself a good cave. Make sure that it's deep enough so that you avoid all of the EMF. Don't go, Jason Waterfalls. What's up, TV? Long time, man. What a deep cut. What a deep cut. Hope you're doing good, brother. Been observing for a while now. CNBC, McKinsey Sagalos, who has gone on blockchain conferences, but also used the agendas of crypto, including Trump's push to Bitcoin, stablecoins, etc. Yeah, so Monarch, I would actually be interested in your take here. So, from my understanding, what I've kind of been seeing, you know, through headlines and stuff is that there's something about we're giving, or there were BlackRock investments in the oil. When the oil got nationalized, they lost a lot of money, and so now Trump is going to like give them the Bitcoin that they seized from Venezuela to BlackRock. Is that right? That seemed a little too absurd to believe, and I haven't looked into it yet, but that's what I saw. The Romans used to use lead flakes as a sweetener, but they aren't around anymore. Yes, lead is 100% of total scam. It is one of the most efficient things in blocking out the radiation, plus heavy metals consumed through food can be detoxed. It's heavy metals injected that cannot. You can find aluminum paint, not as highly effective, but does still knock down your percentages. Good. They're going after the Amish, making off-grid illegal. Yes. Yes, they are. Yeah. And that's what the whole push for digital ID is, right? Is they do not want a single person on this planet that does not have a digital footprint. And that's why they have Palantir getting injected into the like the daycare stuff after the whole Somalian fraud shit. Right? Because yeah, you might not like put your kid in the public school system or like a private school system that reports to, you know, all the information to the Department of Education. But if you get them in daycare, now they're 1. Now they're 2 years old and they have a digital footprint. I'm not specifically aware of that detail, but frankly, the whole shadowy assets of Bitcoin that Venezuela has is total BS. Yeah, because and that's why I was like kind of taking it like as bullshit, because they said he had like $100 million of Bitcoin. Maduro had $100 million of Bitcoin. Yeah, right. I think Trump administration via Rubio, along with corporate media, are openly consenting everyone for let's go to war against Venezuela. Yeah. Molecular communication, read right to your cells. Yeah. You should be a pirate on a sailboat somewhere, live stream with Starlink. No. We're trying to not have Elon see everything I'm doing all the time, even though I am, you know, streaming on Twitter. But what can you do? Right? Like where does everybody else go? That's where you gotta go. It's like when people would go to the town square in order to like share news and like tell people about shit. It's like you gotta go where the people are. Unfortunately, all the people are on these fucking DARPA CIA websites, so you gotta fucking go there if you want to tell anybody about anything. In fact, 7Cs, I'll send you 2 specific tweets that was astronomically idiotic. Perfect. 7Cs, pirates, come on. I mean, I would love to. I would love that. But I'm low key kind of afraid of the ocean, man. There's a lot of scary shit out there. You know, one thing goes wrong on a boat and you're fucked. And I'm always like, worst case scenario. Let's see what this is here. Trump hitting Venezuela is good for Bitcoin because it reminds everyone that money is political. What a dumb bitch. Sanctions, asset freezes, capital controls, and regime change risk are the features of a legacy system. BTC thrives during wartime. It's permissionless and uncensorable. Man, that's crazy. So, does this lady know about how like 99% of people don't know how to acquire Bitcoin without using an on-ramp? Has she considered that? And the fact that all of the on-ramps are controlled by Visa, MasterCard, fucking American Express, Bank of America, all that shit. Does she not take that into consideration at all? Because last I checked, they can just censor whatever the fuck they want to. They were Visa and MasterCard were preventing people from being able to purchase a game, a video game, because they didn't agree with the morals of it. A video game. Now you're talking about like some alternative rebellion coin bullshit. Like they would never let people get that in significant enough amounts to matter. Ever. All right, let's see what this other one is. Happens with my work days too. I mean, that's just, it is what it is, right? People are going to be retarded. Someone asked me if I would have a child in this world. You know, maybe in another life, if I was still younger, if I had not spent most of my 20s being a fuck up, maybe. But it was kind of one of those things where it was like, you know, through my 20s, I was like, I don't think I'm a good enough person to be a good parent. I don't think that I am where I need to be financially. I don't think I am, you know, where I need to be mentally. I don't think I'm mature enough. I don't think I'm able to put someone else before myself unconditionally. I'm still a little selfish. And that kind of, you know, coupled with the fact that life has just kind of been on this fucking spiral, and that for the last like 5 years, you know, we've been in Operation Warp Speed. And then couple that with also the fact that I have a lot of issues, you know, and I think that worst case scenario, you know, if I was able to guarantee, you know, that they would be safe from a lot of those things, because like, you know, most people don't know, but like I have this I have this medical condition right now where like there is a like a growth on the left side of my head, and they caught it like it was like late 2024, and you know, I don't know what that is. And I haven't trusted doctors enough to follow back up, because now I'm sort of under the belief that CTs and MRIs actually exacerbate the issue. And so I've just kind of been doing my best to like take care of myself. But, you know, to me, it's like I kind of have like an expiration date a little bit. And so, you know, when I think of like, you know, could I bring a child into this world now? I'm like, there's no fucking way. I don't even know if I'd be around to be their father. You know, and I don't want to bring a child into this world that I can't guarantee that, you know, they'll be raised the right way, and that, you know, they won't just become another fucking wage slave. And my mother has a lot of issues, that I think I skipped most of them, but it also comes down to like, do I want to gamble on the potential that maybe that could be something that's inherited by my child? And like when I took all of those things into context, I'm like, I would love to be a father, and I would love to like have that, you know, and I think that with the way that my life is, the genetic stuff that I have going on, the financial situation that I'm in and stuff, I feel like I wouldn't be able to provide the quality of life to a child that I would want to, and I think I would always hate myself for that. I had my first when I was 35, no bank account, no ID, no money, and basically homeless. We're doing great, single dad. Good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I hear you. I have a throbbing vein on the left side of my head. If it's my time, it's my time. It flares up once a month. You should look into oh, what is it called? Uh it's like in inter oh man, I'm not gonna remember it. It's like a vein disorder. Um it's like temporal something. Temporal arteritis. That they said, and I'm quoting the doctor, because essentially what happened was like I was getting out of the shower, I blacked out, fucking fell, hit my head. My friends were like, "Bro, you got to go to the hospital. You might have a concussion." So I went to the concussion. They did a scan, and they were like, "You have something going on the side of your head. There is a mass. It could either be temporal arteritis or it could be cancer. Both of them are not good." And the fact that he was like, it's either or, I'm like, well, that kind of fucking sucks. Um, but you should look into that. Look into temporal arteritis and see if you have other symptoms of that, because it causes me to get like headaches a lot. And you can actually like see them sometimes when I get stressed out enough. You see it right there? I'm not sure if you can see it, but you can see like my veins on the sides of my head. It's especially when like I get amped up and shit like that, or like I'm upset, I'm like stressing, mistrusting all medical advice after COVID is a fallacy. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like I'm not saying that, every single doctor is inherently like evil or anything like that. It's that I don't know who I can trust to operate on what I consider the most important organ in my body, without possibly fucking up. And I think that that's just kind of where I worry, is like, okay, so do I risk it and invite someone in to potentially make it worse and or kill me, or do I deal with it myself? And it's like, I do trust myself and shit, but it's a gambling thing, and I don't have good I don't have good luck with luck. It's called Dunlaps. Get to the high ground. Bird's eye is the only view nowadays that can help. Yep. Grounding is very easy, cheap, and effective, especially if great grounding while sleeping, plus awareness machine signals level where you sleep. That's not cancer, bro. Brain cancer is aggressive. You'd be stage 4 by now. Well, how do I know that I'm not? What are the symptoms? I don't actually look into it because it I just end up getting in my own fucking head. No pun intended. I had similar experience with serious weight loss due to thyroid. I'm actually seriously working on the idea, hope to present it soon. We need to get back to small, tight knit communities together again and work together, keeping waters of the body alkaline wise, also keep blood cells regenerating, rest cells in body max operable. Check out functional medicine practitioners. Functional medicine practitioners. I see. Like holistic medicine, which I'm not against. Um, I've actually like sometimes I get really bad headaches. And I use like belladonna, right? Like I don't take Tylenol. I don't take ibuprofen. I don't take none of that shit. I take belladonna. Or there's another one. I think it's another one in the nightshade family, but they actually do help. And it's just belladonna. So it's fine. Just don't take too much of it or you will die. Um, completely agree. Put my name on the list. Trifield RF meter, easy bed survey. Did that here early 2019. Never looked back. +7. Even if you figured this out and your longevity was more certain, the women these days are fucked in the head. Hard to find one that doesn't just want to divorce theft you. Well, I will say, I think I did get extremely lucky with the partner that I have. She is fucking awesome. She is like my biggest fan and like best confidant, right? So like she's always talking me up and saying how awesome I am to me. She understands when like shit gets rough. Sometimes when like I don't know, but she's fucking awesome. Now having a kid, that's a whole nother thing. I'm not sure that I'm even ready now at this point in my life because I can't even guarantee like being able to pay rent next month. Um, it still integrates medical, just not herbal stuff. I got you. I have a valid passport and work online. I need to find me someone like that. Dude, it is honestly pretty awesome. I would definitely recommend it because it's one of those things where like, you know, I think that a lot of men, especially like we have this like fear of failure and like we're always worried we're not going to measure up to like certain perceptions of what we consider success, and I think that really does like eat away at our ego. And when you have a partner that is willing to like basically talk you up and like have your back through that, even when you don't say anything, right? Like I'll just be happening and she'll just be like, you're fucking awesome, you're really smart, love you a lot, shit like that. And like hearing that unprompted sometimes, I mean, that's really all it fucking takes. And like not having that one that it's like we're already beat down by life and the powers that be and all this other shit all the time, and we're our own biggest critic. I don't need the person that I'm sharing and building my life with to add on to that, right? They're supposed to be the person that I can like depend on and lean on when like that shit maybe gets too heavy, and vice versa. And wow, how'd you meet a gal like that? Seven C's. I played hard to get. I played really hard to get. It was one of those things where it was like that she was like, hey, do you want to hang out? And I'd always be like, nah, I ain't really about that. And she just never gave up. And we also like always had incredible interactions with each other. We seemed to be on the same page for a lot of stuff. And I don't know, it was one of those things where like the more that she kind of learned about me, I could feel that she was like falling in love with me. And like the fact that I could feel that along the way, um I think that that is so important. Whether she's ready or not to have a child, does she at least have an emergency saving, practice maintaining and following a budget? She budgets for me. I'm the one that's terrible with money. sometimes she will enable me. And I think that that's not always a bad thing. But also I'm just like, here, you take all the money and just make sure our bills are paid and that I can keep the lights on and keep streaming. Go spend it on whatever else, food, fucking anything. Next conversation would be whether she's ready to or not to have a child. I will say that she does. She does have a kid. Um, and it's one of those things where like I I think we're good where we are. If anything, I can try to be like a positive role model for this kid. And just kind of like, teach him the way the world works while also not trying to like force myself as a parent onto him, right? Like we're friends. Like we can hang out, spend time together and shit like that, and it's not weird. Um Damn Seven won the GF lottery. Anybody want to buy me a ticket? Also check out White Willow Bark for headache and pain relief. I will. Seven role played as Casey Xander. Who's Casey Xander? Have you tried fasting? It would help with inflammation reduction and potentially tumors. I haven't tried fasting. The YouTuber known as Caleb Hammer would roast 7Cs, but I will prep you. I have watched Caleb Hammer videos where the person is more financially responsible than me and laughing at Caleb, roasting the fuck out of them, being like, I don't even want you here anymore. Get out. And I'm like, get him, dude. And then meanwhile, I'm worse off than they are. Have you heard about what is happening with silver in the banking system lately? You mean the JP Morgan shit? You're talking about the JP Morgan stuff? Now, the one thing that I would criticize Caleb Hammer about is his sponsors. Yeah. Yeah. See? Boom. Gold Monarch just said it. Noticeable flaws. The sponsorships, including one Bitcoin Gemini card, invited on Governor Gretchen Whitaker, Theo Vaughn. Yeah, I did hear about it. And so from my understanding, they're basically manipulating the market to profit off of did they short silver? That's great to think of it that way. Yeah, I mean that's essentially where I'm at is like I can't directly contribute to the production of a better informed and more capable generation myself. So the best that I can do is provide information, resources, opinions, knowledge, methods of thinking that maybe will be, applied to like future generations. Or, if somebody somewhere can say like, wow, I'm really glad that I heard about this, and I'm gonna make sure like with the COVID vaccines, right? Like there's so many people that were saying like, this is dangerous, don't get it, don't make sure your kids don't get it. They're probably gonna be kicked out of school. It doesn't fucking matter. You got to do it. You have to avoid the vaccine at all costs. And then now looking back in retrospect, there are so many people that are thankful that they avoided making a life-changing decision that they would have regretted until the day that they died. And like seeing that and knowing that, I could potentially be that for other people is all the motivation in the world. If I can save one person from making a really stupid decision that absolutely fucks themselves over, that would make all of this worth it. Silver is used for their new AI data centers on a huge scale. Yeah. Cleaning up drinking water, another required health strategy because body majority structured H2O. I do have a water filtration system. But I still need to learn how to remineralize it correctly. I believe Barry Dutton was supposed to help me with that, and then I just completely went fucking AWOL for a couple weeks, and I never followed back up. So I do need to do that. I've been talking about doing that for months. All injections since the beginning in the 1900s have been made to delete. None are good. Yes, every single vaccine ever has been designed specifically to compromise your immune system. That is it. That is all vaccines were meant to do. Obviously now, as we've sort of, developed the technology, they're putting like graphene oxide and heavy metals and shit in there. But at the very beginning, the Rockefellers were pushing vaccines to weaken your immune system. Now, I'll tell you why that is still so important to them today, outside of the cancer stuff, outside of the fucking being able to blame the EMF cancers on it, right? When we talk about transhumanism and the merging of man with machine, the brain chips, for example, one of the things that is required of anybody that receives a brain-computer interface or a computer chip in their head, they have to take immunosuppressants, much like similar to like a donor that receives an organ from somebody else. They have to take immunosuppressants so that their body will not treat it as a foreign material and weaponize your immune system to fight it. And so if you, on a DNA level, right, on a genetic level, if you can manipulate people's immune systems to become weaker, then it is easier for their body to become augmented over time. And a lot of people don't understand that. The longest I fasted was 10 days. It's actually not that difficult. 10 days. Dude, if I go like 2 hours without eating something, I'm fucking dying. Don't drink your own piss. What am I, Bear Grylls? Never went to the doctor. My father did it. Natural harvest sea salt from nearest to you, crushed in a marble mortar, pestle, way to mineralize. So I have a marble pestle and mortar. I live in a landlocked state. History's shown massive market manipulation per hard metal and to anyone who's caught in the middle to buy or sell. And not so much, but when AI bubbles trigger crash, could hard metal also crash as an indirect result? I don't think JP Morgan manipulation lonely will break up the tower. What was it, 1 to 2 weeks of drop? So I think that what we're kind of seeing is that Succubot, wait, 7C's looking like white Jesus? What? Like this? Fuck what anyone says. Any manipulation of DNA on grown-up adults results in death. Yeah. Fasting ease depends on more on mitochondrial redox and stress state than willpower. Honeypots be already halfway there as transhumanism goes. Borg this. Did the one who got lobotomized actually speak up? Probably. If that's your role in life, own it. That's all I can do. My boyfriend fasted for 30 days. Holy shit. Just eat 3 times good food, nothing more needed. See, usually I just eat like once or twice a day. But it's like I don't get hungry in the mornings because I drink I drink coffee. And I think that caffeine keeps me from getting hungry throughout the day. And then I only really get hungry at night, and then I eat a pretty decent sized meal, probably about 6 or 7. And then I might have a snack. But I'm usually awake until like 2 or 3 in the morning, every morning. And it is because I can't fucking sleep. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm a targeted individual or anything, but when I'm wanting to go to bed at 11 every night and I can't even get tired until like 2 or 3 in the morning, when I'm like laying there, my phone is off, my computer is off, my TV is off, there is no sound in my, like, the only thing that may be turned on in my room is a fan, and that's just because still air, uh it I don't like the way that it feels on my skin. Very weird. Shut off your Wi-Fi. Man, that might be the next step, honestly. I'm gonna reach out on X7. I think some of my recent work on health might help. I've been seeing your stuff, Will. I don't know if you've seen me liking it and stuff, but I've seen some of the stuff you're posting. I'm like, that's something a lot of people aren't talking about, and I'm gonna see where he's going with that. How many cups of coffee do you typically have, Seven? I have about this much espresso with butter. So I'd say maybe like a shot's worth. It might be like 1.5 fluid ounces or so of espresso, and I usually just have the one. I might have a second one sometimes, but not always. Usually not. Like I had 1.5 fluid ounces of espresso and butter today. And like I'm not hungry right now. And I probably won't be for another like 5 hours, 4 hours, something like that. Maybe you are drinking caffeine too late in the day. It's usually at like 9, 10 a.m. that I'm doing it. Maybe noon by the latest. Coffee is such a beverage to adrenalize your body. It has no energy in it except the butter. Well, see, that's why I use the butter, right? Is because the caffeine can bind with the fat, like the lipids in the butter, and then instead of pissing it out, it stays in my digestive system with my stomach. So instead of it like, you know, being treated as a diuretic and going straight through my kidneys, you can, yeah, you just melt like a tablespoon of butter in like 2 fluid ounces of coffee, and the caffeine should stay in your system longer because it binds with the lipids, and then it's you digesting it as a food instead of as a liquid. And so then you don't just piss it all out later. Why the butter? At least that's from my understanding, that's the science behind it, is that it's the caffeine is binding with the lipid particles. You know, coffee is a natural insecticide, right, bro? Like nicotine. Yes. Yeah. I think that, you know, caffeine is not good for you. I think that it was originally like, sort of commodified, right, by like the powers that be, because they saw that it created dysfunction in insects and rats. And I think that they were able to notice that study because at the end of the day, it's, you know, it may help you feel more alert and more awake. But I also think that it contributes to people's inability to maintain focus. My longest fast was 7.5 days. It was actually my favorite fast ever. Drill a well in your backyard yourself in a day with basic tools. So the problem that I have is that I live on like a giant rock bed. Like I've tried to dig down in my yard, and it's like everywhere that I've tried in my yard, I end up hitting stone. And it's just like limestone or something. Turkish coffee isn't like modern granular coffee. So I get local coffee a lot from the like the farmers market. There's actually a farm like not too far from me, and they actually like make their own beans apparently. And so I'll usually grab that and then grind it up into espresso, or try to anyway, and make it with that. There is one brand that I've been getting as like I don't know, like, sometimes I might need to get some shit from the store. I can't remember what it's called, but it's some British company. I checked to make sure it wasn't owned by Unilever or BlackRock or anything like that. It seems to be a family owned company, but they ship through, online and stuff like that. So I've gone with that, and it's pretty good, but I'd also like to kind of just grow my own coffee beans if I could. Fresh cow milk. Yeah, raw milk. Raw milk. IL-6 signaling is important. I don't sleep if I get even a drop of caffeine or I eat something to make my gut inflame. Yeah, I do think that caffeine, like that's why I try to only drink it like um early on in the day, and only have a little bit, because I want it to like go away after 8 hours so that I can like be tired. I eat once a day, protein heavy. Fasting has been the best thing ever that ever happened to me. I was doing keto for a little while. I know that's not necessarily like something that you should do super long term. But suggest eating a pat of butter to ease hunger, munchies. Yeah, if you can get yourself on like a fat primary diet, you'll always feel better about the things that you consume, because we were supposed to always like have a high fat diet. And when we had Atkins and Weight Watchers and Oprah and all that shit come out, and they were like, actually fat's bad, and I'm like, no. They're like, eat more bread. You can eat all the bread you want to, but no fat. And I'm like, well, meat and fat are like our main diet. We would eat berries and plants and shit if we couldn't find things to kill. Yeah, and I get I usually get Amish butter too. So it's like it's raw milk, it's churned there, no additives, and go from there. Remember, half-life means it's only half gone by the half-life. If the half-life begins at the half-life, it can take 20 hours to clear all of the drug. What's the half-life of caffeine? Oh, 4 to 6 hours. Jesus Christ. Subliminal Messenger, thank you for the raid, brother. How you doing? The bread made today is literally poison. Yeah, it's like half the bread is just fucking like asbestos, basically. Half a pound of bacon and eggs, only meal today. Dude, I love getting eggs straight from the farm and drinking them motherfuckers raw. I know that if you warm eggs up, it opens up more protein in the egg. Sometimes I don't always feel like cooking. What is up? How you doing? Ceased eating shop bought bread years ago. It poisoned my health, improved even further. Good. Good. Eats heavy metals. Yeah, bread is yoga mats nowadays. Yeah, basically. Caffeine, I believe, is 6 hours, so like 18 hours to clear enough to be near zero. Might make a stop at the candy store before heaven. Shout out. What is up, everybody? Thank you for the raid, brother. Can we ever get back to the bread? Jesus, you can make the bread. You can make your own bread. It's pretty good. Bacon and eggs is one of the best and healthiest meals. I agree. What's this? 4555? Eggs are the best and most affordable protein. I think the eggs are like probably the best food on the planet. Think of all the things that you can use it for, that you can apply it with, that you can mix it with. The fact that it's just like it's self-contained, it's got its own fucking packaging. They're fucking dirt cheap. You can find them anywhere you find a chicken. They're fantastic. They're incredible. Eggs are probably the best food on the planet. Now, if you can get your eggs from something, that isn't like Eggland's Best or anything owned by like you may need to get much, much deeper into this big food indoctrination. What? If you make bread, use unenriched because the iron and niacin they add to it pushes you over the tolerable limits. Average SAD diet puts people at 100 milligram of niacin per day, which can shut off metabolism. And the ages rat? What? Puffing on some weed? Hell yeah. I don't think much of anything is good for us food-wise. One big lie. 99% of our goy slop is quite literally poison. Yeah. I'm gonna eat bacon anyway. Well, I will say, like, if you guys do, focus highly on meat, go find a local farmer, bro. They exist. You can probably, like, if you drive far enough out into the country, you'll just see driveways that have a sign on it that says, like, eggs, $1.50 a dozen. Eggs, $3 a dozen. And not only are you saving money, but you're getting it from a place that is the most close to natural as you can possibly get. Now, if you can talk to that farmer and talk to them about, like, do you give your chicken antibiotics and what kind and shit like that, and get into that, and they're like, dude, fuck George Soros, fuck Bill Gates, blah, blah, you're probably gonna be okay. Yeah, lucky I live in the type of area where mad people. Yeah, dude, that's my thing, is like, I just have to drive like 15 minutes and eventually I am where every other house is like eggs. Got them here. My brother actually has some chickens and I'm super fucking jealous cuz I don't really he has more land than I do. Granted, he got some help from my stepfather that I don't get. But he was able to like build a chicken coop and everything like that, and he actually has animals, like he has goats and stuff, and I'm like, man, I'm so fucking jealous. I do clean keto organic for periods of time. I sometimes go straight carnivore for a couple weeks. Resets everything. Cheese too. Yeah, dude, if you make your own cheese. Oh shit, we have the same stepfather? Possibly. Body bloating ceased, some lethargy too, missed the morning toast. A lot of farmers still use Monsanto feed, so growing your own livestock is the best option. Yeah, if you can own it from front to back, that is always the best. The next best will be if you can find a farmer that fucking hates these people as much as you do, and they're open and honest about like what they're giving, they're like, if you get someone that's vaccinating their fucking chickens, run. Got my own chicken eggs every morning. I know what they eat, so I know what I eat. That's the way to go. I've got my own chickens, and I only buy beef from a non-government regulated local farm, and beef tastes like beef, unlike in the store. Isn't it the best? Dude, I remember like when I first like started getting into like buying meat from the farmers market, or like different farmers, and like talking to them and shit like that. The day and night difference. I ended up getting like ground beef. I got like beef tips. One time I splurged and got a steak. Oh my fucking god. That steak was incredible. I'm telling you guys, like, if you want to be able to experience like the best quality level of food, you want to get as far away from society as you possibly fucking can. And you want to go get your food there. And then bring it back to you wherever you live. The earlier days of Grok, before it cost money, I made it tell me all the local farmers that use Monsanto and vaccines and antibiotics. I still ask the farmers questions, as you should. I don't need as much to fill up either. I can eat a 16-ounce steak, no problem at a restaurant, but half that fills me up. I have wanted to try carnivore. The one thing that really stops me from doing carnivore exclusively is just the cost. Meat costs a lot of money. Um, even from the farmers and shit that I go to, like it's still a lot. So like if I was only eating meat all the time, I probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Um, Now that's something that I absolutely would love to change, but it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, you gotta deal with the cards you're dealt, right? I got the budget I got, and I gotta choose, how to allocate that accordingly. So sometimes I do have to eat like some shit food in order to like pay the light bill or pay the mortgage or whatever that looks like. Sit long enough on an egg and you get a cheeseburger. What? What? Hold on. What? I had chickens growing up. I love them so much. And like, you don't even need a lot of land. You can literally build like a 10 by 10 little enclosure. The taste is phenomenal. Grocery store meat makes me feel sick. Buy a quarter or a half cow. Yeah, dude, if I could get like two friends to throw in on a quarter cow with me, I could have enough meat to last me 3 months. Uh, Hat shop bought eggs, incandescent light bulb, and a shoebox with dry grass rip paper. It's funny because I don't do a ton of bread, but I actually own a small organic bakery. Helpful tip to get more steak. Portion it and freeze it so you can have it more often. It's very expensive. Yes. Doesn't cost as much. You're only eating 2 times a day. Get a quarter or a half. It ain't that much. Probably less than you pay at Walmart. Do you have a big freezer? No, that is something that has been on the wish list for 2 years. We don't have the space yet. I have to wait until summer because I have to move a lot of things out of my house and into storage. And then I will be able to make room for a freezer, and then we will be getting a deep freezer, and then I'll be able to buy a bunch of meat. But right now I just have like it's one of those freezers where it's like half of it's the fridge, half of it's the freezer. So, there you can't fucking store anything really in there, maybe like a couple days worth of shit. The synthetic vitamins that they use for the enrichment process acts as mimickers and block absorption of the authentic vitamins from natural sources. Yeah, like vitamin C from orange juice, right? Like they add vitamin C to that to like quote unquote make it healthy. Dude, if you drink nothing but orange juice, you're gonna get sick and your fucking teeth are gonna rot out. Right? Like you need to be getting that shit from oranges, not orange juice. That was actually a lot of people don't know the Laskers. Albert Lasker, he was the guy that was responsible for making orange juice like a part of our breakfast. And really, all it does is it eliminates all that fiber, gets rid of a lot of the nutrition that's in like the bits, and it just gives you the sugary, sweet bullshit that comes out the other end. Actually, a nutritionist by trade, 18 years now. I did carnivore for 3 years straight. Oh, I'm not knocking it. Um, I think that everyone should have like like meat should be where like meat and fat should be where bread is on the food pyramid, hands down. Vitamin C is the residues from the industrial sector, like the garbage protein powders that bodybuilders consume. Yeah, that to me has always been really weird also. Like all these people that claim to be like health nuts that just buy supplements off the internet. Are you retarded? Why are you buying drugs off the internet from strangers, probably in like India? Like I wouldn't be surprised if half of these motherfuckers have, traces of like arsenic and lead in them. Which, now that I think about it, if I want to get lead in me, maybe I just never mind. I don't budget, but I don't pay mortgage. I refused loans because I didn't want to be a slave to the Jews, so I paid cash for less and fixed it up myself. That is the way to do it, brother. Linus Pauling's research indicates the vitamin C can only be absorbed at around 250 milligrams per hour. I could see that. Carnivore reduces IL-6 via GLP-1 agonization. Is it antagonization? Food pyramids is upside down. Basically, yeah. Proteins are polypeptides and are programmable with the biodigital convergence. Stay away from proteins like that. From proteins like the artificial proteins, I don't take any supplements. I need everyone to know that right now. Like, if like all these motherfuckers that are buying shit, it's like, yeah, I've got this tablet that's this vitamin and this and that and the other, and I'm like, bro, you're just buying big pharma shit. You just don't need a prescription. Like, I don't trust any of that shit. Oh, agonization means it causes the body to produce it. I see. I wasn't aware of the term. What am I thinking of then? What's the synonym for agonization? Like, I guess like production? I made some fast money and dropped it on an acre for 25K and kept on going. Hey, that's the way to do it. You gotta drink a lot of water on carnivore to prevent kidney stones. Learned firsthand, and my urologist was fine with carnivore as long as drinking water with lemon. I could do that. Bodybuilders, most are sponsored by corporations linked to big pharma, bro. Oh, I know. I'm talking like you have people in like the truther movement, right? That swear by supplements, and I'm like, you realize it's still just like people that push like ivermectin. I'm like, that was created by Merck, and you're just gonna just take it? That's crazy. I'm like, anything that's made in a lab, in a factory, does not belong in your body. And that, like, that's end of the day, that's all I can say is like, if it was made in a lab or a factory, you probably shouldn't be ingesting it, or it would just exist naturally. I see. Supplements like Blue Chew. I mean, that's definitely one of them. Sildenafil and Tadalafil or whatever the fuck they are. InfoStore is still using cyanocobalamin B12, which many cannot methylate. Done a lot of outreach within the farming community, and you'd be surprised how much these people want to just not share what they produce, but share the knowledge on how to do it yourself. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. Like I go out to these places and they are the nicest people. Like, if you've never talked to a farmer before, go give them your business and then just take an interest in the farming that they do. Even if it's selfishly, I've never come across someone that's like, go away, fuck off, right? Like, they want other people to also be farmers, because even if it's like a self-serving thing, the more independent farmers there are, the easier it is for them to also push back, with numbers and shit like that. And they're great. 1/4 per 60 pounds of body weight and an extra 10 to 12 ounces per 1 hour of strenuous activity. Is that water? Oh my God, methylene blue, an industrial food dye. Well, so interesting thing about methylene blue is, don't they use that in like medical treatments in order to make things visible like in your body? And I've also seen, yeah, methylene blue is absolutely a scam. With methylene blue, I've seen where they will suspend gold nanoparticles in methylene blue, and they claim that it's like antimicrobial. Bullshit. All that's helping to do is when they do their resonance imaging of your brain patterns, the methylene blue and the gold. Oh, you're thinking of contrast, not quite the same. I was gonna say, but the methylene blue has gold nanoparticles in it, and it helps with producing. Is it? I think it has to do with optogenetics, using in bioscanning. Yeah. I was just gonna mention, you shouldn't need Blue Chew. I'm 45-year-old serial fornicator. Yeah, no, trust me, no issues there, brother. 1 teaspoon of baking soda and a glass of water on a daily basis will unclog your pineal gland if you get off fluoride products. Now, here's the question. Where do I get baking soda that isn't made from like a big company? Is it possible for a layman to synthesize his own baking soda? And if so, how? Methylene blue sounds like windshield washer fluid. I'm not going to lie. Every time I see methylene blue, I just think of Breaking Bad. And I'm like, there's blue meth right there. If you guys want blue meth, just hit up Heisenberg. A more informed populace means voting with your dollars away from monocultural megacorporations and towards more local regenerative farmers. I agree. Yeah, I think the issue that we have right now is that anything that we meaningfully try to like boycott, it seems that the government has a tendency to just like take our tax dollars without our permission and just like dump that money on these companies anyway. So you're not wrong, but also like we kind of need to get rid of the government. that just at the end of the day, that's always going to be my stance is like, okay, the government's the one that is allowing these companies to poison food and will punish you for trying to stop them, right? Under threat of death or prison or something else. And it's not like you can like go burn down the Tyson factory without getting in trouble. But there's only one reason why you would get in trouble, and that is the government. How to get rid of the government without violence? I don't know. If anybody knows, I am willing to check it out, to look at it, to dig into it. But as far as I know, like, there's one way out of this, guys. And I'm pretty sure all of us are too fucking chicken shit to do it. I think that was part of the psyop to make methylene blue popular. It sounds close to it, so people associate it with something familiar. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I think that predictive programming it can serve two purposes, right? Where like we're seeing all this stuff about like all the movies that came out where it's like, well, AI is going to take over and it's so bad and shit like that. It's like you would think that maybe it's like in your favor, right? Because it's depicting a world where this is going to happen. That's not the case. The problem is that when a concept like a central AI as an abstract concept gets introduced into the populace, it has now created a familiarity with it. And science, well, I guess science is bullshit. But we've been able to determine that the more familiar something someone is, the easier it is for them to accept its existence. I don't think killing myself is gonna. It's not the government. It's the government employees. Let's start prosecuting employees for being bad, complacent, and or just corrupt. Well, the problem is how do you prosecute the employees in a government where their corruption and complacency is a indirect service of the government that you're going to try to use to hold them accountable? The amount of don't tread on me people that got to back the blue during the defund the police riots. We don't have critical mass to get out of this. They've strategically reduced our numbers over the last 100 years without us noticing. 6 months to get all of my light bulbs switched back to incandescent. Dude, where do you find incandescent light bulbs now? Every protest is co-opted. It depends on every individual becoming responsible for themselves. I would rather be governed by AI than the Rothschilds. Well, here's the one thing where I would kind of disagree with that. The Rothschilds still die and still have to like sleep and stuff. The AI does not, and the AI is just going to be programmed by the Rothschilds. Like, I know it seems like it would be an improvement, but automating anything that belongs to the powers that be is only going to be worse for us. And, if I could have my way, we would just get rid of money altogether. And we would just burn down the entire Federal Reserve and the World Bank and the IMF and get rid of all currency. And we would go back to bartering with each other on like a local market where we get to determine the value based on our wants, needs, and immediate area, as opposed to, well, we have to measure this against the global GDP and the supply demand of a whole world, and we've got to be able to provide, shit for everybody. It's like, dude, sometimes people just aren't going to be able to get stuff. Maybe I'll have to deal with not having coffee. But if that means that my food isn't getting like distributed to me from an international system, that's just compromised with like venture capital and institutional banking investments and full of poison, then so be it. I gotta give up my Amazon orders. I gotta give up this. I won't be able to get the fucking t-shirt that I want from halfway across the country, right? Hey, the guy on Epstein's list tells me who's on the Epstein list. The word greed doesn't exist in primitive human societies, bro. I'd believe it. In fact, I would think that greed probably started with like the Mesopotamian societies. You get more vitamin C from spinach than you do from citrus. Noted. I actually really like spinach. The problem is systemic. Trying to hold some individuals accountable for such a convoluted problem is futile. And that's where I'm at, right? Is like, okay, so we have to hold people accountable for like being shitty in government. We can't even hold people accountable not in our government that participated in the largest child trafficking, like sex crime ring on the planet. And we can't even get a modicum of accountability there. How do you expect us to be able to start going after them with their own systems that they are the ones in control of? It's like when people think like we can vote our way out of this, or like we can use the courts, it's like that's not very realistic in my opinion. We can hold other governments liable, including their presidents personally. Yeah, but when it comes to ours, it's a Democrat hoax. May have to seize the means of production if coffee shortage happens. See, that's getting a little red for me. I agree with the sentiment, maybe not necessarily the terminology, just because I know that that's like what the Leninists would say. And Lenin was a bad guy. Like, if we're talking like actual real communism where there is no government, maybe. But every like implementation we've ever had of communism, there's like a centralized power still that makes all the decisions. And I'm like, that how is that any different than what we have now? The government has investments in all these private companies. So basically, like Google, big tech, all of these fucking weapons manufacturers, all the most expensive companies on the planet are an asset of the government, through partnerships, through investments, through contracts, and things like that. And so, you know, when it comes down to it, it's like where do you even start? You know, it's communism versus communism. Lenin was a Jew. Yeah, I mean, all the Bolsheviks were. And they were the ones that ended up going over to Israel, and a lot of them came over here. And you know, it's like we had Operation Paperclip again, but with Bolsheviks. And the Bolsheviks still run Russia. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And then we have all these like Russian sympathizers, right? Like Mike Flynn, Steve Bannon, Roger Stone, right? All of those people, I would consider all of them Bolsheviks too. If you're gonna run with them, you're part of them. I don't give a shit. Private bankers puppet the strings. Communism would only work on a small scale because you can't have people distributing resources. Yeah, and see, like that's where I'm kind of at in the sense of like, you know, if there was a way to, like, if my whole city could just come together and be like, all right, so we're gonna all leave each other alone. We're going to have our own independent private transactions with each other based on, you know, bartering of commodities, based on the things that we have. Is it going to be a pain in the ass to move away from the dollar and not have everything just be like equal fair trade? Yeah, it's inconvenient as fuck. But the convenience of the dollar has been weaponized since we've had currency. Like, a lot of people don't understand that, you know, one of the main reasons why they even created currency in the first place is because the people that were in charge weren't able to hoard the commodities. They weren't able to hoard thousands of potatoes. They weren't able to provide the land for 100,000 cattle. What they could do was build a room and fill it full of little pieces of metal that promised to be those things, that never expired, that never rotted, that they created. And so the invention of currency in and of itself was a weaponization against the common man, because that allowed them to amass unfathomable amounts of resources without actually having the resources. But then you can't have Jews living off everyone else's work. That's all the motivation I need right there. The Oyas of face. I'm in favor of a hierarchy, just not a hierarchy governed by my biological competition, parasite, enemy. A true meritocracy would be more pro-life and productive. And currency was to enslave serfs and steal all their work time across their lifetime. Yeah, I mean, that's another positive, right? Is like, now you don't have to pay slaves in your potatoes. You can pay them in this fucking piece of rock you found out of the ground just because it's shiny. And you can pay them in that. And it's fucking worthless. They can't eat it. And you get to set the rates. Because you know, if you got paid 1 coin and it cost 2 coins to buy a potato, they weren't about to accept a half a potato as payment, but they would accept a half a potato's worth of gold. Currency also makes gold a fractional currency, which is their goal always. Never one whole piece, just small percentage ownership. Yep, absolutely. Um, so yeah, I would say like if in my perfect world you eliminate currency altogether and people have to create the resources with which they trade and do commerce with. And I think that's also a big problem of like why nobody knows how to fucking do anything anymore. Like I don't know how to, just up and fucking create a farm. Like I've been looking into it and stuff like that. I know things. I can like grow a garden. I could probably feed and take care of chickens at this point. But like I don't know how to care for like cattle, right? And that comes from like not needing to. Why did I not need to? Because there was a currency that was created that I could use as buying and selling power, instead of having to amass my own actual like commodities that people want. Because I guarantee you that if we would have always lived in that sort of system, we wouldn't have tech wouldn't be a priority to people. Smartphones wouldn't cost $1,000. They probably wouldn't even exist. Like we would all be we'd probably live in the Star Trek future instead of the Star Wars one. 8 times harder than the average serf in Middle Ages. High trust intentional community is way less dependent upon currency in general, but the community members need to be responsible and self-sufficient. You need farmers, blacksmiths, craftsmen. Exactly. Exactly. And with that also it's like you need people to we would need like a whole social like reprioritization, because right now the number one commodity in the world is time and attention. And that's why you have seen things go from being like sweat factories that employ child labor here in America to now it's people like me striving away on a digital space for pennies a day. For just $1 a day you can feed anyway. We work 10 times harder than our grandparents in hours for pay, not in work conditions. Yeah, they took real skills and made bullshit jobs, so people are trapped in the system. Max Headroom all over again. Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is 2,000 years ago we didn't need a cashier. We didn't need a Wendy's drive-through person. You know what that person was doing? Working on the fucking irrigation system so that people could grow food. And now we have like human resources. Fire every human resources person at every company and make them work the fucking fields. Then we'll have cheaper food. You can't have this kind of society with people of different colors and cultures. Humans are tribal and wild animals. I do think that the systemic relocation of masses of people were specifically done to create this societal dissonance, because when it comes down to it, a community, in my opinion, is like a group of similar individuals that have similar methods, priorities, ideologies that work in cohesion with each other to accomplish mutual goals. I don't have that with my next door neighbor, let alone someone from another country. So it's tough, right? Like they have systemically imported people here by the thousands in order to create this dissonance, so that, because the idea of a melting pot, like if you have a country that's made for everybody, you have a country that's made for nobody. And that's it at the end of the day. Like I do think that there was a reason that all of these people developed in the geographical location that they did, because that is what best suits them and their genealogy. Stop importing thousands of people from halfway across the world whose ecosystems and societies and cultures and stuff are nothing like ours. The number one violator of this is the government. The government is the one that allows these people to come over here in mass. They are the ones that pay for it. They are the ones that legalize it and allow them to do it. It's essentially human trafficking is what they're doing. They're doing human trafficking as warfare against the populace. And in my opinion, like, the differences between us and that populace aren't as big of a problem as the government that is introducing that populace to us. So when I look at like the Somali fraud or like all the Haitians that came over here, right? And people are upset about these people like wilding the fuck out and treating it like the jungle. They get mad at the immigrant, but they don't get mad at the government that fucking brought them here. And it makes no sense to me. It's like, look, it's okay if you don't like the shit that they're doing. They're doing them, and what they're doing and them doing them wasn't meant to be here. Otherwise, they would have been born here. So you need to be mad at the cause, not the symptom. And them being here and acting this way and you know, shit like that in contention with society is a symptom of the cause of government. Like, did anybody see right after we took Maduro, Kristi Noem is now trying to say that Venezuelans get refugee status? How is that any different? How is that any different than any of the USAID shit? It's not. And the USAID shit, that's government. And it just, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like that is the government is the nexus to give all other entities in this world the authority to do the things that they do. The government is what allows Palantir to spy on you. The government is what funds the medical institutions that poison you. The government is what subsidizes the food industry that makes you sick. And the fact that people don't understand that, like, the one thing that always gets me is they're like, well, you know, if we don't have government, who's going to build the roads? We had roads thousands of years before we had government. Well, you know, what about crime? Okay, somebody, please, anybody, give me a personal example of a time that a crime happened to you that the cops prevented. Or is it more often than not, you call the cops after the crime happens, which means they didn't stop the crime, and then it's kind of a shit shoot whether or not you have enough evidence for them to even arrest anybody. And that's if they don't show up to your house and fucking kill you. DHS will use INS to extract intel from Venezuelan nationals. All the big NGOs are owned and run by George Soros. George is a chosen one. Well, that is half true. Half of the NGOs are run by George Soros and the Council on Foreign Relations, and, like, you know, they're running the Kissinger playbook. And then the other half is the Council for National Policy, where you have people like Paul Singer. I don't think he's an official member, but like Alvin Krongard, you know, was part of the Council for National Policy. He was the one that started Alex Brown and Sons. Alex Brown and Sons was the precursor to In-Q-Tel, which is the financing firm for the CIA. So it is both. It's just It's a problem on both sides. And what you typically have is like you have the Council on Foreign Relation that causes the problem. And then they allow society to react, even though they're paying all the media outlets and all the influencers and all the fucking talking heads that are doing the reacting, who then propose solutions that have already been thought up by the Council for National Policy. So we look at, okay, so we have all these immigrants over here. That was George Soros. That was the CFR. That was Council on Foreign Relations bullshit, right? They did all that. And then you have the talking heads that are all paid off by the State Department and things like the Wellness Company and shit like that. And they're like, man, we really need the government to do something about this. This is bad. This is bad, right? And it is. It is. They're not wrong. But they always draw the line at what the solution should be. And they say the government needs to do something about this. Boom. Council for National Policy comes in. They're like, guess what? We've already had a plan for ICE to come in and partner with Palantir and the police. And now we're going to use it. And we're going to surveil every fucking citizen on the planet. And it's what you want, right? You want to get rid of this other problem. And that's exactly what it is. And they work with each other. Like people want to people want to think that like George Soros is just like this left-wing demon, completely isolated in his sphere of leftism. They are collaborating with everyone on the right. And it is like the same two-party politics bullshit that we have here is global. And all of it is a false dichotomy. Elon fronts Grok, DARPA, In-Q-Tel stuff, follow the money. Yeah. XAI actually used to be a DARPA project. The prevention of crime would come if we abolish the government, including law enforcement, and vigilante justice would occur in the streets. Criminals would likely be deterred from committing crimes. Well, so that's my thing, right? Is if the expectation is that everyone's supposed to like handle things between each other, and I think that's where we should be. Like the government involves itself and is like, we're going to determine how to resolve issues between people, and removed the ability for us to be able to do that. Bilderberg, yes, I just finished work. Glad to catch this live. Thanks for doing these again. George is not left. He is for Israel. There is no. Well, yeah, I mean that's what I mean. It's just he's marketed as the left, right? But it's all the same shit. Do you believe the Kalergi plan is real? I do. I do absolutely think that there is a systemic warfare that is being waged against the white population, and I think it is, you know, statistically because of how many people there are. I think that you know, there are, it takes like 50 different shapes and forms, but that, you know, essentially they want to, they don't want a collective based on anything, right? And so, you know, statistically there's a lot of white people, and I do think that, you know, while they might not be, you know, adhering to the plan 110%, right? You do see elements of it actually happening in society. You do see the incentivizing of things like, you know, not having children and you know, miscegenation at a systemic level and shit like that. And I do think that there are some aspects to it that are absolutely being applied and are in effect. Yeah, it would be a normal society pretty quick. Alpha males will kill the decanters fast. Migration also creates increased tax base because they're not taxed as much where they came from. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, like every immigrant that they import here, you know, they're gonna have a future taxpayer more often than not. Come to France, you'll see it has become North Africa, and you know, that's what I think. Where it's like, I don't think that, when they created that plan, that they were like, we're going to hit every single piece of this, in this order, in this way specifically. But I think that they have adopted a lot of those methodologies and goals of it to then disseminate throughout society in different ways. I just followed you and everyone in chat. Please follow back, please, and thank you. Back in the 80s, politicians were telling Australians to have one baby for mom, one for dad, and one for the country. I mean, 3 kids compared to like the 14 that people would have on average back in the day still seems kind of low. By the 90s, don't worry, we can import every worker we need. And now I don't know if it's this way for you guys, but the last time I went to the mall, it was like 80% Indian people. I live in the South. Where the fuck are they coming from? I don't even know where they would live. Like all the like poor housing is taken up by the Mexicans and black people, and then poor white people like me. I don't even know where these people are living. Not knowing where you come from is a death sentence. Exactly. I went to the mall and it was like Korean guy. They're building a Chinatown here now. I'm like, I thought China was our enemy. Why are we I thought the Chicoms hated America. Why are we building them a town? Anyway, you guys have to understand the people immigrating are bottom of the barrel. If you have a family and good job and house, you won't want to leave your land. YouTube just deleted my comment about Project Bluebeam. What? I'll say this. I do not have any moderators, and I do not have any moderation on my channel across any of the platforms. There's no banned word. There's no anything. So if there's anything that ever gets removed, not allowed in chat, anything like that, that is not me and not something that I have control over. If there is something that you absolutely like want to share, maybe consider Rumble. You can also like DM it to me on Twitter, something like that. If there's like a link or anything. Top chat gets AI modded, live chat not as much. Yeah, the way that I've come to understand it is that any text-based communication that happens on social media is moderated by AI automatically, because they're able to, search for like keywords and shit like that, key phrases, and if any of those come up, it's just instantaneously. It's just a yes, no. Does this contain yes, no? It's like an if-then. If contains any of these, then delete. Or then moderate. And then what they do is they allow you to then appeal it, and then sometimes it goes to a person. Yeah, they have the live and top chat. I have the live chat open all the time. Learning about that. There were people that were like, why am I banned in your chat? I can't say anything. And I'm like, I have no idea. And then you drop down to the live chat and it's like 15 messages from them. UFOs is the government, small grazer from space. It's like 1984, whether either we are at war with Eurasia or East Asia, depending on their goals. I can't stand to be around normies for too long. It really does kind of fucking suck, man. Like it's one of those things where you start to just hear the things that people talk about, and you realize like how fucking stupid everything is. Like I've seen people talk about like this whole Venezuela thing, and just like watching the comments back and forth, and I'm like, you guys are so fucking brainwashed. Like, it makes me sick. Like, a lot of the reasons that I have been like sort of MIA is I fucking hate everybody online. Like, when I go on Twitter and I just see fucking Nick Shirley, Patrick Bet Davis, fucking Netanyahu, Elon, and fucking all these other people, and people are just feeding into it and buying into it. Oh my god, it is so it makes me feel bad to watch. Migrants are a replacement of the workforce. And AI is the ultimate migrant. AI? You think migrants working for cheap is bad? Wait until AI works for free, never has to take a day off, a vacation, a break, doesn't need health benefits. You worried about the immigrant taking your job. AI is the ultimate immigrant. Period. It has no country of origin. It has no culture. It is only there to propagate the agenda. And they can make limitless amounts of them. And people are like, oh, dude, AI. We need to invest in AI. You're talking about the new Boston Dynamics robot that they did in partnership with Hyundai? Bollywood call center is no more. Well, so here's the thing is the Indians and the H-1B visa coders and all that shit, all the immigrants that are getting to come over here and code shit, that is for all the consumer facing tech. So people are always like, well, everything's just going to be coded by Indians, so none of the tech's going to work. And I'm like, Meta is not the fucking end all be all of tech. Microsoft is not like the end all be all. You think they got H-1B coders at Palantir? No. You think that DARPA is using H-1B visas? No. Do you think Lockheed Martin is using H-1Bs? No. They're like getting the highest intelligent people that they can from an international community, and they are scouting these people at different academic institutions, and they're getting the best of the best. And those are the people that are building the actual prison system. All the H-1Bs are for all of our fucking bunk-ass consumer tech. And I don't know why people can't understand that. Did you look up any of that North Pole shit that I sent? I was waiting for a link. Did you send it on Twitter? I didn't see a link come through the YouTube chat. The new AI call center still keeps the accents. Personally, I've yet to see AI doing anything better than mundane tasks, maybe anything else. I've yet to see an AI coming even close to being able to compete with a human. No, I'm off Twitter. Understandable. Imagine DARPA H-1Bs. Yeah, and that's what is like so bothersome of me, or to me, is that, you know, people are like, well, you know, this technology isn't going to work. And I'm like, do you have proof? Because like they're all investing in it. They're all applying the technology. I mean, we can see the biometric face scanning shit work in real time. Have you guys ever looked at the photos on your phone and it groups the pictures of people that you have? That's just on your cell phone in your Photos app. Like, this technology works. It's working. Starlink works. It provides you a fucking internet connection. The facial recognition data works. The technology they use to launch drones works. Like, what are you talking about? It's not going to work. It's all working right now, right in front of us, in real time. There were drones in Venezuela that they were using. If you don't think that they could just deploy those anywhere here, I don't understand where, like, people are deceiving themselves. You need to expect the worst. You need to prepare for the worst. And the worst is, everything they're saying is true. Worst case scenario, you just become a better prepared, more skilled, and better informed person. And then you get to watch them fail. But are you really going to bank on the chance that they're going to fail? You're really going to do nothing? You're just going to leave it as is. And that's what I don't get. Like, people are always like, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then, you know, some people even, you know, they will bring up the God thing in there. And I'm like, you think God doesn't let evil happen? You don't think God wouldn't let it? God lets Israel bomb fucking Palestine. God lets kids be born with can't. Like, what do you mean God's going to stop them? Look at all the evil they've been doing for 100 years. Did God stop the Federal Reserve? Did God stop the IMF? Did God stop World War II? Like, you need to prepare for these things. Just so we're clear, I don't believe this is reality, but I do think the North Pole has some cool shit we don't know about. I think that the North Pole and Antarctica, honestly, like, because we're not allowed, like, a layman person can't just, you know, charter a vessel there without getting swarmed by the government. I think that means that there is something there. Otherwise, they would let me go. And as far as I know, the only people that they let go are on payroll. Yeah, exactly. Like when I start talking about these things, they're like, well, God's not going to let that happen. And I'm like, dude, okay, even if God does exist, right? Let me take you on face value. Your God is real. 100% without question. Is there not evil in this world that he allows to happen? Why would this be a different evil? And like, we already did get into the whole God thing, but you know, like, either way, it's like, even if he does, God will stop it is terrible theology. It's our responsibility to fix our own problems. I mean, I thought that's what the whole free will thing was about. God would let them chop your head off just because you're a pussy. Yes. Absolutely 110%. Put the link in the chat. Ooh, do me a favor. When you post the link, put a space between the .com. For some reason, YouTube hasn't been allowing links lately. Like, you guys remember, it would let you submit links whenever you wanted. But for some reason, for the past like 2 months that I've been streaming, it's like the links just won't post. Here we go. LOL. There is no he, she with God. I mean, I was just taking them at their face value, right? Like, they say that God won't let this happen. And I'm like, okay, that sounds like trust the plan. That sounds like patriots are in control. Oh, they don't have .coms. Put a space after whatever the domain signifier is. So if it's like .net, .org, something like that. You can post links and always could. Problem, like, I'm not kidding, 90% of the links you want to share are censored. Yeah, like, if you guys put like a Twitter link in the chat, does it let it through? We rape the earth and still think we get away with it. YouTube hasn't allowed links in a long time. Rumble does, though. Remember the conversation I had a person with over this too. He too thought you could not post links. I corrected him. I posted a Wikipedia link of Carbon Wiki. It was not blocked. Yeah, no, like if somebody wants to test it to link into a YouTube chat box without being a blue spanner. Elections are meaningless. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then it's really funny when any link you wanted to share was just blocked by default. Anybody that says like, you know, I voted for this, we can vote our way out of this, you know, fucking all that. Like when the day that they took Venezuela, and I saw that or maybe it was the Somali thing. I don't know. But Nick Fuentes came out at some point and was saying like, we need to hold them accountable in the midterms. And it's like, bro, you're still telling people that the elections matter. Why are people looking at you like, you know, I know you guys all know better and that he's just like a gay Jesuit. But I don't know, for some reason, it's like people still think that for some reason this guy who claims that the system that we have is the one. And I don't know. To me, it's just he's just upholding the Club of Rome bullshit. Like he's a Catholic. He is super pro Rome. To me, Jesuit. End all be all. He is a Jesuit. He belongs to the Jesuits. You can't trust fucking anything that he says. And I mean, I feel the same way about Mike Flynn, who claims that he is a Catholic. I mean, he probably is a Catholic, but you know, that's all the whole fucking like worshiping Apollo and the Lightbringer and the 7 rays of light bullshit. And all that just comes from the fucking, I mean, we talked about the Canaanites earlier and how like Eusebius of Caesarea was there to like basically indoctrinate Constantine to make Christianity like the official religion of Rome and all that shit. And how he came from that same Mesopotamian Silk Road shit. Ancient Roman law, today's status quo system. Yeah. Gatekeepers for the pedophile empire. I figured it had something to do with Jesus in the end times, so didn't look into it. Flynn is into I am activity. He recited an I am prayer. Yeah, that was that one lady, right? That one prophet lady that he like took it word for word. Mike Flynn called me crazy. And so I took that video of him reciting that prayer and quote, like I included that on that post, and I was like, I'm crazy. Okay. NGC 4555 is the place to be. The joke here in Germany, Catholics are actually the more radical conservative ones, but for some reason this has always been so. I have no idea why, though. Just read the Bible one time. Yeah, which Bible? Does it matter whether or not I get it from HarperCollins? HarperCollins is one of the largest publishers of the Bible, and that's owned by Rupert Murdoch. Left versus right dialectic is so tiresome. Some will say they're not left or right, and then bow to the likes of MTG and Massey, which is so fucking annoying. Like, I don't understand. Okay, so I already went on like a Massey rant a little bit, but I always want to ask people, hey, if a politician is getting funding from a pro-Zionist Jewish billionaire, would you consider that a disqualification for Congress? And they'll say yes. And then I'll say, well, that's really funny. Did you know that Thomas Massey is funded by a pro-Zionist Jewish billionaire? And they'll be like, oh, but he's different. He's different because of the way he votes. And I'm like, really? Because his votes have ever impacted anything for the better for anyone ever? in his entire fucking career as a politician? Name one time that Thomas Massie did one thing that affected a lot of people for the better that stayed around. Or does he just bitch about the budget and then ask a bunch of people for donations because he's getting ousted for calling people out? It's just Ron Paul all over again, dude. And Ron Paul is now sold out to the Bitcoiners and the cryptocurrency bros because they're promising to end the Fed. They're just going to replace it. They're going to replace the Federal Reserve with all the stable coins are going to become their own Federal Reserve, and you're going to have to use all of them. And it's going to be hyper accelerated. I've heard at least one book from about 100 years ago that actually tried to tell the truth while it was heavily censored, obviously. What was the name of it? The only publishers of all forms of media have been the chosen ones, from Bibles to school books. Yeah, McGraw-Hill, Ethiopian Orthodox, I hear, is the best Bible. Was there an African Jesus? Do they believe in African Jesus in Africa? The left and right both exist to reinforce each other. You can't have one without the other. Yeah, but so it works a lot like the hero and the villain in stories, right? It's like in the movie, they're enemies, but then they're actors that can hang out with each other and co-star in a movie together where they make money together. Do you have a specific clip that details how evil Thomas Massie actually is that we can post on Twitbox and elsewhere? I mean, there's not like a specific clip. I will say that if you just go look at his funding, go look at Jeff Yoss, go look at his MIT ties and the fact that he was creating a virtual reality device that would allow people to feel objects based on haptic feedback in a VR. So the metaverse, fucking Mark Zuckerberg's thing, being able to have that in VR to like pick up a rock or something. His device would provide haptic feedback to imitate the sensation of holding a rock and thus allow you to like interact with things in a digital space, like a virtual reality space, more accurately. Now, he got funding from some company that is in China and MIT Media Lab. MIT Media Lab is the one that Jeffrey Epstein was funding with Joyce Ito. Now, I don't have any proof that any of the money that Jeffrey Epstein donated went to fund Thomas Massie's device, but people need to understand that he became a millionaire from that, right? He got paid millions of dollars for that company and then went in to Congress. A lot of people don't know that. And then you also have his Freemasonry stuff where he was part of the I can't remember their name right now. The Demolay chapter of Freemasonry. So he is a Freemason that graduated from the military industry technology. Look up Massie's voting record on stuff related to the CCP. All right. And then you have the Jeff Yoss stuff and the fact that he is very laissez-faire when it comes to when it comes to regulating like large corporations. We'll be able to interact with the robots. I know people who can't wait for the chip implant too. I thought Massie was awesome for about 2 weeks. Right. And that's the thing is like, you know, the more that they say everything that you like to hear, the better they are at tricking you into following them. But when it comes to the government and anybody in the government, all the way down to I encourage you all to go look at the level of corruption that is taking place in your local government. And if you're not aware of it, you should find it, because every local government has levels of corruption to it. And that goes all the way up to the top. So even when people are like, well, yeah, but not everybody in government's terrible, it's like, okay, well, you find me one where they want to burn the whole fucking system down. They want to get rid of all of the surveillance shit. They want to fucking hold these people to account. They want to charge people with treason for spying on us. I just remembered Seven Seas. Does Gen X Girl have any idea about Jimmy Dore's ties to the wellness company and now Kalshi? I don't think so. Definitely tell her if she's not aware, and let her know what the wellness company is if she doesn't. Yeah, Jimmy Dore is not a good person. He's a fucking sellout as shit. And I'll tell him to his face too. That was actually a point of contention that I had when I went on Tinfoil Hat. Is I went on Tinfoil Hat and I was like, you know, Jimmy Dore is getting like money from like shit that's tied to DARPA and the CIA and Blackwater and Eric Prince and all that. And Sam was like, yeah, but he's nice to me. And I'm like, okay, do you expect someone that's like there to earn your trust and court you into their cert? You think he's going to be an asshole to you? And, you know, I haven't been invited back on Tinfoil Hat since, and I think there's a reason for that. And I think we all know what that reason is. Because I started to step on the meal ticket a little bit, because, you know, then right after that, I came out that thread about Joe Rogan, and yeah, I don't think I'm allowed back on the Tinfoil Hat podcast. We have someone running for senator this year from MIT, and he's formerly from India. They're pushing all of us towards digital everything here. I'll never forget when I wrote Jimmy about China. Yes, I remember the interview he had with Danny Haifeng. Danny also wanted to show the footage of that tank at Tiananmen. What was Jimmy like? Nah, you can't do that. She's oblivious. I'll try one more time. Didn't get a direct reply from Gen X Girl. Yeah, I mean, if you know, if you want to go, you know, let her know. Like, I have tons of posts and stuff about it. And, you know, if she wants to ask or anything like that. Hence why Richard Grove calls him Jimmy Shut the Door. Are you still fucking with Ike's boys? I haven't been, that was over a year ago. As far as like any collaboration, I've done like a couple of shows with Richard, and I did one recently with Kristen Bittering. And we talked about Racine and the Mormons, the Strangites that stayed behind in Racine after Joseph Smith and all them went to Utah. I call Gimme Dore out long ago. I used to work at KPFK as a producer back in 2009 when he first arrived. I found him to be a strictly a selfish opportunist. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right, because you know, and it's funny too, because like he just gets to feign ignorance, and it's like, at what point are you gonna vet sponsors before you take them? $6G agenda peeps like you. 4555. I don't know what the 4555 thing is. I'm lost. Oh, yeah. 6G agenda, he's cool. He's cool. I dig him. I think we may disagree about the theology stuff, but otherwise good. Good for you, Seven. You're stepping on the meal ticket is appreciated. I mean, it was my thing where it was like, you know, just I found out about Sam through one of my friends who watched him like all the time. And this was a friend that I've had for like 10, 12 years. And me and him used to talk about the Rothschilds back in like, you know, 2010. We were talking about like 9/11. We were talking about the Clinton kill list and all that shit back then. And he was like, bro, you really got to check this guy out. And I like started following him, saw a couple, conspiracy things or whatever. And I was like, that's pretty cool. And then, I got invited to the Nephilim Death Squad, did a show on there. And I think that was kind of like the vetting that they did, because then right after that, I got an invite to Tinfoil Hat, and I sent them over everything I was going to talk about ahead of time, which first red flag for me. If anybody ever asks you to go on a show and they want you to bring stuff ahead of time, don't. That is how they control the conversation. So that should have been my first red flag. But then I go on there and we're talking about technocracy, and we're talking about how to like manufacture consensus, and we're talking about this, that, and the other. And then I just so happen to get on the wellness company, which I'm sure a lot of you all are very, very aware of how fucked up the wellness company is and everything that it's tied to. And I was like, yeah, but you're friends with like a lot of the people that get funding from this. And he's like, well, that doesn't mean that they're bad. And I said, well, yeah, I mean, they might not even know, that they're getting this money from this, but you need to know that they are getting the money, and there is always a reason. That they're getting that money, and whether they know the reason or not doesn't mean that they're not benefiting the agenda. And he's like, yeah, but he's nice. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if he's nice. He'd be a terrible CIA agent, FBI agent, propagandist, or subverter if he was a fucking asshole, wouldn't he? So of course they're going to be nice. Or like Mel K is another one, which is hilarious because like 2 days later, Sam posted a clip saying that, referencing her and her inside sources in the CIA. You don't have inside sources in the CIA unless you work for or with them. Period. I don't have any sources in the CIA. I don't know fucking anybody that's in the CIA unless they're like publicly advertised. So I'm like, wait, so she is connected to intelligence agencies, and I didn't know that she had sources in the CIA. And I'm sitting there calling it out and being like, she has connections to intelligence agencies. He's like, yeah, no, man, she's good. She's good. And I'm like, no, she's not. And then he shares that she has sources in intelligence agencies. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And so, you're going to have a limited hangout over there. Now I do still kind of, I didn't have that same experience with like the Nephilim Death Squad guys. They have always let me come in, talk about anything I want to. They never vet anything. If they have no idea the shit that I'm talking about, they kind of just let me go. They might ask questions and stuff. And I've always had like a positive experience. Now they have since become essentially a Bible podcast, it seems like. And I don't really have, they don't have, there's not really a place for me on that. So, is it true about Mel K's previous profession? I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about her. All I could say was, hey, she's getting money from this intelligence outfit that's pretending to be a little pharmaceutical company. So she's connected to intelligence agents. Just letting you know. Like, if you guys go back and watch the Tinfoil Hat episode, it's like, I'm even trying to like meet him in the middle a little bit, but it's like, okay, I have financial records here and I have your gut feeling. Which one do you think I'm going to trust more? Well, they're nice. I just had dinner with them. Well, I bet they paid for that dinner too, didn't they? Man. You ever had a chance to shake Jimmy Dore's hand? I've never had an interaction with Jimmy Dore in my life. Not online or anything. When I first met him at KPFK, he gave me a fake hi, how you doing? Remember the glasses thing where I think my phone's into a patches into a town hall or something, but I never got paid nothing, just saying, from anyone ever. Sam provides many examples of textbook discourse on gatekeeping, gaslighting when you bring this stuff up to him. Yeah. It's because the little season. Everyone who is ever critical of our regime is gonna have a file for sure, and I'm sadly not kidding. Oh, no doubt. That's why everyone is getting biblical. Yeah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. I think that, you know, we need to do things. I don't think that like reading the Bible is gonna stop Peter Thiel from sending a drone to your house to kill you. Um, your gut feeling for the win. Now, my gut feeling I will trust because my gut feeling tells me that everybody online is a fucking fed, and I probably even have some in this chat. I'm not saying anybody in particular is giving me that vibe, but you have to assume the worst until proven otherwise. Because we live in a world that is fake and gay on every level, and you know, and that's why I'm like, so you guys should also assume the worst of me and vet everything that I say and assume, you know, that I should be held to the same standard. I don't think anybody should trust me implicitly. You know, if anything, I think you should trust yourself, the people closest to you, maybe, depends. I don't know. I trust some of my friends. I don't trust anybody really in my family because my family is full of shitheads. I think I'd probably trust my brother. I think my brother would have my best interests at heart. And then I trust my girl because it's like you know, all the evidence of everything that they've ever done has proven to me well enough that they have my best interests at heart. Everyone else, I don't fucking know. Like even you guys that like, you know, show up for every stream and donate and support me and share my stuff. I can't just be like, well, this person, you know, supports everything I'm like. I've had people approach me before, like like Ryan Matta has messaged me and shit, and I'm like, bro, stay away from me. You know what I mean? Like I've had who was it? You know, I learned my lesson really fast. I thought, hey, maybe if I could get, you know, into some of these circles and be an example of like everything that I find wrong with them, maybe people will appreciate that and gravitate towards it. And then it's like every time I tried to step into those circles, I just got demonized for like pointing shit out. Like the whole JQ movement. Like they will fucking suck up to everybody that is a Zionist once removed. Even trusting yourself, sketchy with all the neuromodulation and cognitive warfare. That's true, right? And it is one of those things where like you have to use your discernment and always, you know, have it in the back of your mind like I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It's very obvious if we take a step back and think for a second, anything the establishment teaches, be it science or religion, is going to be lies. Willett is weighting Gnosticism, which one way they enforce the matrix hierarchy. Richard Willett is Intel. Possibly, yeah. I think it's one of those things, right, where, you know, again, like Sam, they have never been anything but nice to me. So what do you think I think? they've been supportive and they'll share my work and not ask anything in return. I'm like, why is that? Why is that? And you know, I've also heard some comments about his close proximity to a Mason chapter over there. So, you know, at the end of the day, you're probably right. No longer trust my best friend now that she's inherited wealth. She's now worth close to $2 million. Holy shit. It makes sense to want to bring yourself into those circles. Then you're also able to see who's legit and who isn't. Dude, when I first started, so I never had Twitter back in the day. I always saw Twitter as like you know, like the Facebook of the left. That's where I thought like all the lefties and, you know, like everybody else kind of went. Um and you know, so when I first started, you know, the accounts that were getting pushed to me were a lot of like the JQ accounts. And Ian Carroll had started coming up at the time. And I was like, bro, this guy is an op. He's 110% an op. So I sent that to like 50 different people in the JQ space because I saw they were like trying to get him in and invite, you know, him to spaces and talk and shit like that. And I'm like, guys, he's not who you think he is. And, you know, I sent that to a bunch of people and the overwhelming amount of them were like, well, bro, he's actually like fighting against Jewish power. And I'm like, how? By ratioing Elon on Twitter about fucking nothing. And it's just funny because like looking back at all, like seeing all the people that I sent it to and where they are now, just knowing that, you know, I sent it to them and knew without a shadow of a doubt if any of them gave a fuck, they would have seen that and amplified that with their platforms, and they chose not to. Bro Matto was always in the X spaces pretending to get red pilled for months. So Matta is one of those guys. He's on the El Salvador payroll. He lives in El Salvador. He talks positively about the government there all the time. He pushes Bitcoin. And shit like that. So, you know, let's see. It's rare to find an authentic person just wanting to share an authentic human experience nowadays, and those who do get chewed up and spit out. Dude, I felt that a lot. I felt that like I every day I feel like I'm screaming into the fucking void. I feel like I'm repeating myself constantly, like just trying to get people to understand how fucked everything is. And it's like, bro, it's exhausting. Okay. Last I heard from him, he was exposing the bad guys hurting little ones. Was that when he partnered with Tim Ballard? Do you think Polly St. George is legit? It's hard to say. I think that excuse me, but can I be trusted to subscribe to your channel? I mean, you're more than welcome to subscribe to my channel. Just always take everything with a grain of salt, practice discernment, and think for yourself. Do your own research. But Polly, so, you know, my whole experience with Polly was, I think I found her late 2024. I found a post of hers like detailing the Rumble network, and I have, you know, learned a lot from that research and stuff. But I also think that, you know, me and her have a lot of points of contention on government. She thinks government is good. and I think government fucking sucks. And you know, we've gotten into it before where it was like, well, what would you do if you're like dying of a disease? You know, are you not going to have health care? Or like, what are you going to do if, you know, a crime is committed against you? And I'm like, well, I guess I'll just have to see, you know, cross that bridge when I come to it. But I have a gun, and I, you know, can look up stuff about diet stuff and taking care of myself. Like, and it was that whole like, well, we have to have government that's always like rubbed me the wrong way. His cameraman guide was involved with Mossad. How do you think he did all those Mexico docs without getting harassed? Yeah. I once believed Brett and Eric Weinstein have having fallen for that. It's a lot easier for me to not fall for others like Ian Carroll. Lessons learned. Hey, as long as you admit that, man, because I think it takes character to be able to prove that, or to be able to admit that, to be like, look, I was fooled, and you know, they fucking got me, and I learned my lesson, and now I'm better for it. I will respect somebody 1 million times more if they're willing to admit that they were fooled than to pretend like they know everything all the time and come up with excuses constantly. Independent filmmakers, they all say funding is the hardest thing to secure. That is true. Crypto is bad news. Reminds me of a bad Ponzi scheme. I mean, I'll put it to you like this. The first 20 years of my life, I was warned that digital currency was like one of the final nails in the coffin. And then everybody that told me that is now invested in some shit coin or some stable coin, and they're like, XRP $200. And I'm like, bro, what about the digital currency? What do you think you're using? Thanks for the reminder. I need to step up my neurology appointment. I hope MIT gets that data too. They will. Ian Carroll was always funnier on his old NBC sitcom, My Name is Earl. Have you noticed the increasing spoon-fed PSYOP propaganda to free samurai? I don't know anything about that. That is my first time seeing that phrase. That said, the levels of lies we were told is initially indeed hard to believe. It's just that sophisticated and elaborate. It really is. And like, that's the thing, is people don't understand that this is a machination of control that has been being built, designed, and refined over thousands of years. I hope Mount Sinai Medical and Mayo wanted to partner or save my family or something. I don't know. Dude, if you go to Mount Sinai, you're probably going to get sacrificed. We're not from the apes. Salt is good in small amounts. It's one of those South American countries with Lev Tohor. You're ahead of the curve, man. I appreciate that, brother. Or lady, brother. I don't know which, but I'll assume. I always just assume everybody on the internet's a dude. Basically be another co-developer for Trump to potentially pardon. First was Ross Ulbricht, then CZ, and potentially later this year, Keone Rodriguez per Samurai Wallet, a Bitcoin wallet app. If his company and or app partners with anything in the Trump media technology group circle, then yeah, absolutely he's going to get a pardon. She was becoming less substance and more catty drama and personal attacks. Man, that has been another thing that has bothered the shit out of me. There are a lot of like interpersonal drama things that go on between people. I don't give a fuck. Like, if there's two people on Twitter that are arguing with each other and they tag me and start including me, don't. Stop doing that. I'm not here to get in fights with people. I'm not here to argue with people. I'm here to share information and hopefully, you know, provide enough, I guess, opinion or just talk through people being able to wake up to the fact that everything's fake and gay. Anything outside of that, miss me. All right. I'm talking about technocracy. I'm talking about institutional banking. I'm talking about the academic institutions. I'm talking about biodigital convergence. If you're trying to get me on some argument or some other bullshit, there is way more important shit going on. And the fact that people are like trying to involve me in that and take like personal issues with the fact that I'm not willing to involve myself in their fucking bullshit. It's like, it's so fucking annoying, man. It's so fucking annoying. Like right now there's some like issue with the Synergist group or something, and they're like, hey, you know, you fucking talk to this guy and he actually sucks. And I'm like, well, the interview we did was really good and really informative, so I think I'm gonna keep it up. And they're like, oh, so you're also supporting everything he does and everything he says. And it's like, motherfucker, I don't know you. I don't know him. I don't give a shit. The information we went over was solid. The interview was great. Don't worry about the rest of it. It's so fucking stupid. And that lets me know that, like, when people start to have that interpersonal drama shit, they have gotten an ego too big for themselves, because now they believe that their interpersonal drama is more important than what is going on around the world to everyone. And they would rather tank any sort of like collusion or cooperation or anything like that for their fucking ego. And I don't do that shit. Okay, I'm not here for that. If you want to say mean shit about me, I'll probably dig stuff up on you, post it once, and then mute you forever. Because I'm not here to fight with people. It is a waste of fucking time, right? And to try to like rope me in to like add weight to your side of the personal argument that you guys are having, go fuck yourselves. There was a thing. So I did an interview with someone a couple months ago. His name's Non-Vaxxer. I'm sure some of you guys probably even saw the live. All the information checks out. You know, everything we were looking at, white papers, official links, shit like that. And come to find out, apparently, you know, he has some issues with drugs. And because I wasn't willing to delete my video and call him out on their behalf for doing drugs, all of a sudden I am a supporter of the system. What? What the fuck? Going to Wells Fargo on Thursday. I'm going to ask for a large loan. I might get laughed out, but we have a tiny interest rate, and I really want to finish my basement, build a deck in the spring at all. If you have a pretty solid down payment, I would recommend you try to avoid getting a loan if you can. It is just like a financial ball and chain, where you're just going to be paying, you know, the powers that be for 50 years. But so homeboy is a druggie. I don't even know. They said that he was. I don't know. I didn't look into it. I don't care. Synergy community called him out on Boomy yesterday. Yeah, and so that whole group of people, the information that they're sharing is fantastic. All the rest of that shit, all the drama, the interpersonal fighting, all that shit makes me want to just fucking block them all. I'm not in this. You guys are still in high school with this shit. There is way more important shit going on. There always will be. And then to say that, you know, because I was willing to keep the video up, that I support lawlessness. And I'm like, that's a really funny fucking thing to try to insult an anarchist with. I support lawlessness. Yeah, no shit. I actually am a huge supporter of lawlessness because I don't want to be the fucking told what to do. He may be a little schizo, but hey, if he shares primary source info, that's all I need. And that's the thing, right? Like we were looking at DARPA links, we were looking at the ITU, we were looking at the IEEE stuff directly from it, right? And she's like, so you support lawlessness for supporting this drug addict? And I'm like, bro, I don't care if he does all the heroin in the world right now. It doesn't make a fucking difference to me. Whether he was a drug addict or not isn't going to stop the biodigital convergence. The real battle is with technocrats, billionaires, and 1%. And that's the thing, right? There are two collectives that matter. There is the powers that be, and there is us. And as long as the powers that be continue to operate in a constant synergy, and we continue to always operate in a constant dissonance, we will continue to be conquered as a people for the rest of our existence. Period. Like, people always want to say, like, how are they able to rule over us like this? Well, can you get along with somebody that you disagree with long enough to ally with them against those people? It's insane. It's crazy. It's crazy. Because in between all the feds, all the propagandists, all the intel agents, all the Indian accounts, all the everything, the bots, all of that. So we now have a very limited pool of people that I can trust are going to be sharing good information that I can at least like start with. But when they all start fighting in with each other, that's when I just assume all of them are there to run you in circles, have you chasing your tail, get you emotionally fucking charged, and all of that just it serves the agenda. So if you guys are fighting and having drama online and expecting me to involve myself, I assume that you are my enemy. And I will leave it at that. I'm tired of people fucking tagging me and shit, expecting me to weigh in on their fucking personal bullshit. It's insane. It's insane. And when is enough enough? The powers that should not be. Yeah. Garden of Eden is at the North Pole. Dude, I gotta get a link from you. I still haven't seen one come through. I might have missed it. I was super behind there for a while, but yeah, it's one of those things, right? Where like, if you want to call someone out for being a Fed and you've got proof, like, hey, this person's fucking CIA, I will dogpile that person every day with you. If you're not getting along with somebody because you guys had a heated exchange on Twitter and you're expecting me to involve myself, go fuck yourself. Period. I'm not here for that, bro. All them motherfuckers can miss me with that. Thank you for your opinion on this topic. Really appreciate it. Yes, they're at least an agent of your enemy, which in some ways is even worse. Right? You wouldn't mind a CIA job? You know what you gotta do to get in the CIA, right? You got to give them material with which they can blackmail you. So I think that what happens when they recruit you into the CIA is they just do the skull and bones thing where everyone in the CIA watches you. Probably. Or yeah, they'll just have you kill somebody not legally and then use that against you. I only tag if it's something important or at the very least worth the laugh. And that I'm cool with. Like, I might not always see everything, Because I'm not like super connected to my phone. But like if you guys have anything where it's like, hey, dude, here's this info, I don't think it's on your radar and shit like that, send it my way and I will look at it. If there is a funny meme and you think I might get a laugh out of it, send it my way. If you want me to join in on a fight with you and some random fucking person on the internet, I'm out, bro. I'm out. How could you even find out? You can't, and that's the fatal thing about all this. Yep. Initiation lodge rituals to become fraternal. You will have to blow Ben Shapiro. Oh boy. Really, I wouldn't be surprised if they made you let Ben Shapiro blow. He just has that Fuentes still like lining about him, you know? Like too clean cut for me. Definitely gay. Um they even need something real to blackmail a person with anymore. I mean, they used to burn people for witchcraft, didn't they? I mean, at this point, I think it's you know, they could just AI shit about you. And the problem that we're having now is like when it comes to AI, if it's done well enough, the only thing that will stop it from being taken as fact is a general consensus. Because there are videos out there now that are convincing enough, I think, to have people believe one thing or another. And I think that where it's important is that you know, we get the consensus of people in the area, you know, things like that. That's why, like, when all these people were posting these Venezuela videos of people celebrating, and then I see the community note underneath that's like, this is from 2018, this isn't even in Venezuela. I'm like, it's scary that we need to have this now, or nobody would know. Nobody would even think to research it and cross-reference and check it. So I'm glad that we do still have that for now. But even the community notes are starting to be generated by AI. According to our official history, our ancestors in 1700 did not have electricity, let alone mechanical magnifying devices that you would need to observe skin pores, for instance. Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk, that's just Jesuit, Council for National Policy, Zionist. I believe there is a little bit of like Mormon and Scientology involved in that. Apologies if you answered already, but what are your thoughts on Amy Eskridge killed over her research on anti-gravity 0 point energy? Um, I think that I have no idea who that is. I think when it comes to the 0 point energy, that you know, again, it's just like with everything else, right? It's like the burden of proof lies on the one making the claim. So if there is evidence out there that they have that is compelling enough and convincing enough, then I'd absolutely be willing to like, you know, check it out, see what it's about, see what I think and stuff. But as far as I know, like majority of the people that that have ever, you know, said that they had 0 point energy or spoken about 0 point energy or something like that, they always ended up being like a grifter. And so you know, like Ashton Forbes comes to mind. He's talked about like having some fucking 0 point, it was called Over Unity, and you weren't allowed to see the technology, but they needed funding for it, because trust me, bro. And so it's kind of one of those things, right? Where it's like, well, you know, then where is the, I don't know. I would just have to see it for myself, but I don't know who that is or know enough about it to give like a 100% one way or the other. There was a cult doc about to drop on Word of Faith when Trump was campaigning, supposed to be on Netflix, and it was canceled. Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated. He's slurping down hot, fresh baby's blood with Epstein. I said it the day it happened. Or it was either the day it happened or the day after. I did a stream with Wheezy, and I was like, bro, I don't even think he's dead. Because I never saw a body. We never saw a body. And there's a rule in movies. If you don't see a body, they're probably not dead. I'm just trying to bring a girl he likes to hang out with the bros, and she gets called a honeypot. One more thing on the whole absurdity of the pardoned samurai. Let me look at this. What you got for me, brother? Go free samurai. The wife of a Bitcoin dev arrested and put in prison speaks out. Bless her. She's like a new Stella Assange. Yeah, that's a op. That's a op. I mean, it's cryptocurrency, so it was already an op. But to compare it to Stella Assange, that's really funny. The rabbit army hole after the MIT professor killed a couple weeks ago. Successful are either grifters who got picked up to lead the limited hangout parade, or they just end up dead. And that's kind of my thing, right? Is like I think like I'll be able to continue existing in like relative obscurity until I give up or they kill me. I don't think I'm ever gonna get big enough to like make a living off of this. And that's fine with me. I would rather struggle in honesty than to relax in a lie. I would rather always maintain my principles and on my deathbed die knowing that I did what I thought was right than have money. Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. Erica Kirk has demon eyes. Yeah. You know, her eyes and Alex Jones' eyes, if you just look at their eyeballs and not like the shape of the eye, anything like, they look exactly the same. Makes you want to rethink the JFK assassination scene. I'm not even 100% convinced they killed JFK because they had that whole thing where they killed the cop that like was the same height as him and same build as him and had a similar face. You guys remember that? You won't make a dime on this if you only stream once every couple months. That, fair point. Fair point. You're right. And I did talk earlier about how I haven't streamed in a long time, but that we are going to be getting back to it. Stages in the classic PSYOP area. I remember learning about the places of choice for PSYOPs from Stephen Oudham. It's their B system where they have the monopoly on things like money, so unless you are aligned, there's no way a person would be successful financially for hurting their system. I heard Tupac is alive too. I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know. Everyone is in Valhalla. Just 6 days in and can't keep up already with Hegelian dialect. Pupils are non-existent. Well, it is a fact that our establishment produces and makes use of clones. Yes. Hope so. Missed you, buddy. Hey, missed you too, brother. Yeah, we'll definitely be getting back to this and doing more. How are you feeling? I haven't been here in a while. I've been feeling good. I think this last week was definitely an improvement over the last couple of weeks as far as where I'm at with everything and how I'm feeling about moving forward. I'm just fucking tired, man. I'm tired of like it feels like when I am online and I'm trying to tell people about stuff, I'm either A, getting a bunch of people that understand what I'm talking about and the things I'm talking about and the implications, or it's like I'm talking to a fucking brick wall. And it's like they're incapable of fathoming the level of deception. They're incapable of fathoming how far back it goes, how deep it is, how pervasive it is in every single facet of your life. And they just can't. It's like that it does not compute to them. And I just it drains me. I have a double career as a working DJ since 1975, as well as a talk radio co-host and producer, and I've always maintained my own principles and progressive underground musical tastes. And that's the way it should be. If they're trying, here's the thing. You can either have profit or you can have principles. Profit, you can always make later. You can never repair your principles after you have subverted them. That is now always tarnished. And you will have to live with that guilt for the rest of your life. You can make money later. There's always more money to be made. You can't make more principle. The second that you compromise your principles, you have now become a downward slippery slope where now they'll get you to compromise on something else, and then something else, and then something else. And then before you know it, 20 years later, you wake up and you're not even the same person that you were. You don't even recognize yourself. American history started at the same time it ended Native American history, and it's been nonstop criminal acts ever since. Amen, brother. Amen. And so yeah, it's like it's like the more time I spend online, the more bitter I'm getting, because I'm realizing just how fucking either A, willfully ignorant, or B, just stupid people are. And you know, that's not to say that like I'm a genius by any means. Like I think I'm smarter than like the average person, maybe, but I'm far from like an intelligent person. If I can see it and they can't, that is the biggest fucking demotivator for me. It's like, holy shit, dude, I'm stupid and I figured it out. How are you twice my age and have lived through all this shit and you still can't figure it out? And I don't know, man. It drives me fucking nuts. Everything is fake and gay. It is. You're hanging around with idiots, buddy. Man, it's not even that. Like, it's just going online, and I even have it relegated to like just my following, and even the people that I follow sometimes are just sharing the dumbest shit. And I'm like, it's so weird because you're super intelligent in this one asset or in this one facet, right? Like here's an example, right? Like Golden Monarch brought up Gen X Girl earlier. Can rip apart Israel funding. Left, right, upside down, backward, forward, inside out. Fantastic at it. You start telling her, you know, that Jimmy Dore is funded by the wellness company. I don't know if she would receive it the same way. You know, so it's like it seems like everybody has a blind spot a little bit. I'm sure I have my own. You know, I don't really get into like the occult stuff a lot, and it's not that I don't think that it's real and that these people actually like believe and practice some of these things. It's that a lot of it is difficult to quantify, right? Like without a video of, you know, them explaining, you know, the things that they do in private or some sort of like documentation or something like, so you have to take a lot of it at like face value, a lot of it's hearsay, and stuff like that. And it's not that I think that it's wrong or inherently untrue. It's that I just like to associate myself more in the realms of financial connections and things you can report and like numbers and things like that that I think are my strongest facet. And the last thing I would want to do is enter this space that I'm not, or I'm in the space and I, exist within the space and I do my research and stuff. But it's one of those things where since I don't know everything there is to know, I would see it as kind of doing a disservice to enter into that space and speak without knowing. And I don't know if that makes sense. But it's like I feel like I know enough about Freemasonry to be able to reference to it and some of the things connected and some of the like deeper implications of that. But then, when it comes to like, well, do you know about this Freemasonry practice of this ritual? And I'm like, no, I don't. All I need to know is that they are a Freemason, and that's about where, I can just assume the worst. You should join a lodge. I'm good. I'm good. Dude, you just made me think of my parents in the early 90s. I was throwing fake moon landing facts and they couldn't keep up, and they finally said it was real because they saw it on TV. Damn. So they thought like Star Trek was real too, and like the Dick Van Dyke Show was real, and like Andy Griffith was a real boy. Or wait, Andy Griffith was the guy. Last but not least, unconditional love is the strongest force in the universe and all of existence. It is indeed so that unconditional love and compassion, once experienced, are very addicting. I believe it. I was once friends with Orson Welles, my God. There's an evolved, cultured individual who actually treated me as an equal. I was his recording engineer, and we spoke for hours about his career. That is really interesting, actually. I think it'd be cool to have a conversation about that, and you tell me more about Orson. I think we all also have things that we research and post about that are different or a little less serious than biodigital convergence. I definitely do that. It helps develop research skills and can just be interesting. You should look into J6 and MK Ultra. What I believe is now Scientology's practice of ECT auditing. I have some wild for you confirming the hunch of the hunch is correct by Miss Dana. I mean, I'll take a look at it. If you're wondering, I think all the people that participated in J6 were psyoped. I think that Operation Q, I mean, we all know that it was a psyop from the very beginning. Like, it started out as a LARP that got co-opted into a psyop, right? It was just a bunch of fucking nerds on the internet pretending to be hackers and like fucking Q clearance level motherfuckers. And then actual intel agents got a hold of it, and they were like, actually, we're giving real signals to real patriots. And then from there, I mean, basically everyone that fell for that was MK Ultra into thinking that patriots were in control. But aren't we kind of becoming Freemason-like, learning as much as possible, minus the creepy initiations? I would say no, only in the sense that I think that the pursuit of knowledge is not inherently evil. It's the application of that knowledge that is evil. And as long as your pursuit of knowledge is not applied in a way that is evil, I think you're okay. And as long as that pursuit of knowledge does not beget more evil, if that makes sense. It's frustrating, but the alternative is to say nothing. My family are on board with what I was saying 20 years ago. By 2050, I might convince them 9/11 was a false flag. Bro, if you still believe in 9/11, go home. You're so far behind the curve. I still see people say that it was Saudis. And I'm like, okay, our own government is right there. Israel is right there. The Saudis were involved, yeah, Pass me by the QBS until March 2020. You're crying, seeking the truth more. My best friend is a Q-tard. I laugh at her all the time. She gets super mad at me. See, I think it's fantastic that you can say that and you guys can still be friends. Right? Because I believe that deep down you guys both probably have like the same similar wants and desires. It's just you disagree about how best to get there, because she's like, well, Trump will be the way that we get there. And you're like, nah. We've been without a doubt observing the collective becoming dumber and dumber over the past decades. I pursue knowledge so I know how to not be so evil. Yeah, or to contribute to the evil. Because you literally have to have a fucking doctorate on this shit to know where to put your money and your time and your attention and shit like that, because God forbid you accidentally plug the wrong thing and now, you know, you end up on one of my webs. Who went to January 6th were voter slaves, registered Republicards. Yeah. We're going to vote our way out of this. Stop the steal. The elections are legitimate. The elections are a legitimate institution that only this time have been compromised by the Democrats. It's like, bro, there hasn't been an election in our lifetimes or your parents' lifetimes that wasn't fucking rigged to the teeth. What do you mean? The institutions of the election. Get the fuck out of here. But haven't you seen how they tried to kill Trump? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I seen that. I seen that fake shit. That's why I try to be friends with everyone. I'm pretty sure when the Butler thing happened, I called it out and I was like, bro, no way. No way he got shot. I'm pretty sure I was saying it that day. I was like, first of all, how are they gonna have an outside thing? He don't have bulletproof glass. How's he gonna have an outside thing and they don't secure the entire fucking perimeter? How are they gonna do that? Not have constant drone surveillance and like Secret Service with like a satellite image? This is literally like the one of two people that may become the top level of government. And you're going to tell me they don't have like satellite imagery of everything that's going on in real time right there? Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. My child knew it was bullshit when Bush was still in office. I'm not kidding. He was only 12 or so. Dude, and sometimes it's that thing, right? Where like your child didn't have that sunken cost fallacy of believing that Bush could be a good guy, right? So they were able to make a more fair assumption, and they were absolutely right. Electronic machines used in election processes can be easily manipulated. Ask Ericsson. Ask the company Ericsson how easy it is to hack a fucking Diebold machine. Others having different beliefs doesn't bother me. The way others behave because their beliefs is another story. And see, that's what's crazy too, right? Is like, when it comes to people having different beliefs, like I'm willing to have the conversation with you all day as long as you are willing to accept the fact that we may end that conversation with you not having changed my mind. And it almost seems like they kind of get offended if you don't change your mind based on the information they present you. And I don't know if that has to do with like they feel a personal responsibility to convert people to their belief because of what their belief preaches or what, but I'm like, bro, I thought we were having a conversation to have a conversation. My mom texted me that day and said he got shot without even watching the clip. I text back, sure he did, Mom, sure he did. I think he learned it in music. Pack of ketchup, grab behind the lectern. You die on Earth, you're reincarnated here. Man, I see. My thing with that is like, how How are there more people than there were like 100 years ago then? Are they new souls? Or are those like cockroaches that have been reborn into new people? Were they like really, really good cockroaches? Did they cockroach their heart out and they got to earn their way to come back as a person? Some are new souls. How do we determine when they're created? When are the souls created? Who creates them? DEI souls. Do the souls have an H1B visa? Animals are animals, humans are humans. So we get new souls? Bro, see, that's where I'm like, hold on. That's where I just start to get a lot of questions, you know? I'm like, well, who makes the new souls? How does he determine where the soul goes? You know, like, do they choose the new soul to go to Africa? Because that's kind of fucked up. Africa sucks. What's the weighing system there? Is there like is it like you get a questionnaire beforehand, or I don't know. Is there a hard cap on souls? Yeah, like is there a soul limit? No. And see, this isn't me like you know, obviously I'm jesting a little bit, but I'm not like trying to put your belief down. It's just I do have questions, and I think, you know, it's worth asking. I get sketched out if they automatically flip instead of saying, let's process this, let's study it, and they flip right away. Did they ever actually believe what they claim to? Digital twin. Cockroach soul music from the Beatles. Imagine choosing to be ensouled into a person from India. I was gonna say, I mean, maybe dung beetles are reincarnated as Indians. I don't know. I think souls are created when sperm meets egg. And so, would that mean that we're God? Since we are the ones creating it? Energy cannot be lost, it cannot disappear. Another universal truth, and yes, it is indeed as you said, everything that exists as a form of energy, even if our physical eyes might not see it. I fear reincarnation because if that's the case, I would think we come back as who we're born as, determined by how you did in this life, and I don't want to be a poorer. um, so here's my question: is like, okay, so what does someone have to do to become like a Larry Fink? You know, how do you get reincarnated into this guy that just is allowed to own everything? Was he like really good in his last life where he's just allowed to have all this power? Or like how does that work? Where like somebody has everything but they are evil. If the digital twins were completed, would be game over already. I mean, I think they do have like a digital twin of us to a degree, in the sense that like, you know, they have this universal profile of us that's like our location, our information, our medical data, you know, everything Palantir gives them, our tax stuff, our financial info, all of that is all grouped together with like real-time geolocation and shit like that. I think that what, you know, the eventuality is going to be, with the whole digital twin thing, is that you will be able to fully replace your physical existence in society in the way that you interoperate with society with just a digital one. And you'll be able to get everything through digital, and you know, everything will be automated. You won't even have to like get stuff. It's just like done for you, and you basically become like a shell of a human whose only purpose is to exist in a digital space. And by that time, they're going to have like real time mappings of all of every single person's fucking thought waves in real time. And that's when we're all going to be in the fucking pods. Stuck in the middles. I just want to be a normal societal person again. Better wake up. This is why the world is going down. Hook, line, and sinker. He could have been a saint or a sinner. He probably doesn't remember it like most of us don't. And then so I think being a Larry Fink would be like a test. You wouldn't know of the people who are passing the test, not in the beast system. Which national park should I go to? One in Nevada. The one in the rocks where they have like fake rocks that block the entrances to buildings that are built in the mountains. Because it's never enough for them, money, power, and power over good. Yeah. My digital twin is blurry. Our digital twins are getting more and more refined. Yeah, and it is one of those things where like I think that what they're doing right now is like they are building the infrastructure to house all of that. Right? Like I think that realistically the only thing that's kind of stopping them right now is just the physical limitations of the compute power. I think they have the technology, or at least they have a plan for the technology to come to fruition, and that they are building towards it. The purpose of a digital twin is essentially it works like a sim that is an exact copy of you in real time, that they are not only able to monitor you on a biological level, so that is including things like your blood pressure, your caloric intake, your oxygen levels in your blood, and all of that sort of being like reported in real time in combination with everything else that's collected from like Palantir and your bank info and shit like that. And it is essentially a copy of you as you are in real time in a digital space that can not only be observed, but also actively manipulated. A soul isn't good or evil. People are good or evil. Who knows? Shitler could reincarnate and be a nice guy next time. Doubtful, but nothing is impossible. Only mathematically improbable. The brain is electric. The brain is electric! You are online. You have been mapped regardless of how strong your biofield or piloerection skills are. Yeah, all of us. Lots of kilowatt hours required. IMO, a big Achilles heel. So I think that's where like the nuclear stuff comes in. Because, you know, I've been talking about that for a couple of years now, where, you know, the nuclear power plants are like what they are hoping will power all of these AI data centers. And, you know, eventually we're going to get to a point where, you know, we're already sort of seeing this, right? With like Oracle taking over CBS and Netflix buying Paramount and like all of these big tech, basically like monopolies swallowing up these other companies. I think 50 years from now, we're going to have like 3 big tech companies, and it's going to be like Oracle, Palantir, and Google, and everything else, maybe Apple, and Microsoft, and everything else is going to be owned by them, and they're going to run data centers and shit like that on behalf of the government, so that there's that level of separation, the separation of accountability, and it's all going to be interconnected. They're going to have APIs that are able to share information between databases with each other. And I think all of that's going to happen. Like they're going to have the API tokens that they can just use. You know, you have the AI government search that they have now, where essentially like a part of Doge was taking all of those government departments and combining their databases together in order to give you a very easy to search database of everything you could find about a person. And then they've given that access to basically everybody in the government. You guys know about that, right? Like that's what Doge was about. was getting all of that technology that was built by this contractor and this contractor over the years, and maybe their code base is a little different. Maybe these people use like a different resource pool, and basically taking all of that and creating a uniformity so that all of that data can be accessible to anybody in any department of any government. All the idiots who open up their cell phones under their real name. Yeah. High in all of the natural materials needed to make NVIDIA AI chips. Yep. 7, your merch is awesome. Thank you so much. I design all the merch myself. Put it up there. I try not to break the bank. I see people selling $40 t-shirts all the time, and it makes me fucking sick. And so I'm glad you guys like it. They're supposed to be like conversation pieces. You go wear them out, and people are like, "What is your shirt about?" And then you get to be like, "Oh, dude, fucking, you've never heard of biodigital convergence?" I'm actually wearing one right now that I think you guys would like. Where it says like everything on the internet is a lie, everything on your TV is a lie, everything coming from politicians and talking heads is a lie. And I love wearing this shirt. Piloerection is goosebumps from feeling good in the natural, not waking up by practice. The only thing I don't like about the BDC predictions is the body powering anything but the tech inside of your own body, not data centers, etc. Would praying for an EMP or CME do any good? I mean, I'll hope for one. You pray for one, and maybe between us. Spark fusion demonstration. Is that Spark? Is that the same Spark from Stanford? Or no? Who did Spark? Yeah, that was Sun, right? Sun coded Spark. A is going to heavily weigh towards the most profitable activities. Tracking people isn't profitable. Imagine if your brain in this life and everything that follows disregarded anything that isn't wisdom. Man, if only. Cops are under Freemason system control. Yes. Our brains are energy. I'm 68. I've developed my own Vegito superpowers. Everything is connected in this one gigantic and complex universe. Mix in a few Black Mirror episodes with the Matrix, and that is what our future will be. We will be the batteries they need to enslave us. One movie I always like to bring up, it's not necessarily like a masterpiece by any means, but there's this movie called In Time, starring Justin Timberlake, and I think Amanda Seyfried, where the currency has become time, and once you run out of time, you die. And I think that's what cryptocurrency and carbon credits are going to be. Is, if you don't have enough crypto dollars to offset your carbon footprint, then you are considered a drain on society, and you will be ushered into an assisted homicide pod. I think, yeah, it's all fake and gay, and I have a web to prove it. New shirt. Yes. Do you sell baseball caps with your merch slogans on it? Still a tomboy, and I love baseball caps. I haven't ever done one, but I'm not opposed to it. I just have to kind of like take a look at it. I can pylo erect on command. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I can give myself goosebumps. It's really weird. Considering there are powers that be who want a massive EMP to launch the world back to the Stone Age and rebuild from there, I'm highly skeptical. I mean, I'll say this. If we got rid of tech and the internet tomorrow, everything would go to shit really fast, but I feel like we would be better off eventually. If something came along and fried literally everything that ran on electricity, things would suck for an entire generation, and then I think they would get better than they've been for the past generation. Same guy who made Gattaca. Oh, the guy that did In Time did Gattaca? What happens when you die in time? You just, I mean, they don't really go into like an afterlife or anything. It's just everyone has like a ticking clock on their arm. And the way, like, instead of earning money, you earn more time. If your time goes to zero, you die. And all of the rich people are able to just create time and live forever. How many people would shepherd themselves into the government run camps, though? I mean, if you tell them that joining, like, putting themselves in the camp will stick it to the libs, you'd probably get a pretty good turnout. Your Lies t-shirt appears on my Free Palestine 2.5-hour DJ mix of global consciousness rebel music. Oh, dude, hell yeah. Also, I feel like I never say this enough to people, but you know, if there's ever like any content of mine that you guys want to steal, you don't have to get my permission. You can literally take this entire fucking live stream, rip it, upload it to your own channel, and monetize it. I don't give a shit. As long as the information gets out there, I don't care. So like clip it. If you're gonna clip or post anything of mine, tag me so that I can repost it and get more eyes on your post. Because I hate video editing and I don't clip my own content. I just hate it. Hey, hell yeah, dude. Fantastic stuff. That's fucking cool. I'm gonna subscribe. I'm gonna have to watch that after stream. Make sure you guys go check this out. It's Sanchez Mind and Music channel. He's been a long time person on the stream. Pretty cool dude. And dude, that picture is dope. Stone Age. Wait. People said that I look like JT so many times since COVID. People have said that. Seven watched the movie The Island. What's The Island about? Time is a man-created concept. It's not what you think. Yeah, time is an artificial construct that people invented in order to measure change. That's it. That's all time is. Time is an abstract concept created by man to measure change. The physical brain is also the same reason the average human can only see in 3 dimensions, exist and perceive 3 dimensions. Oh yeah, bro, there's like 11 dimensions at least, right? I've looked into string theory. Blessings towards you regardless of making fun of me. You're good, 7 C's. In general, I would add to avoid AI whenever possible. Yeah. Like, it's crazy, man, because, like, you know, I have, like, friends that are completely detached from, like, this online thing, right? Like, we'll hang out and bullshit. And they'll post AI videos, and I'm like, dude, stop. You realize that you doing this is raising my fucking electricity bill, and, like, you're just adding selling points for AI, and they get to be like, look, we have this many users and they generated this many AI things, and that's why we should get more funding from the government. And that's what Sam Altman and Elon Musk and all those motherfuckers are doing. The more people that use AI, the more money these people are going to get to make more AI that's just going to take over the rest of your fucking life. Stop using AI. Like, it's insane that none of us are going to be able to afford electricity because we need 3,000 fucking videos of Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump doing bullshit. Stop making AI content. You are literally costing everyone else money. You want to make your cool little fucking AI generator? What are you, 12? Make actual stuff with your fucking hands and leave the electricity for the rest of us. There are infinite dimensions. That's a lot of dimensions, bro. Remember how much I lived till 27 before the net. Turn off all the automatic AI stuff on apps. I mean, the way that I see it is like the market trend needs to go towards, you know, everybody piling on to whatever vehemently excludes AI. That's the only way that we're gonna be able to do this, is if everybody collectively agrees that AI is an anti-humanity product, and using it, you are killing people. They're like, I know it sounds extreme, and yeah, maybe you like grokking a deep fake of Donald Trump being hugged by a bald eagle and Jesus isn't going to actually put a bullet in someone's brain, but you are adding, like, your drop in the bucket is adding up to an ocean that they are using to oppress us. I don't understand, like, why the fuck people continue to use it for research, for even like creating media. It's like you're not developing a skill when you do that. You're not becoming a better person. You're not improving yourself. You're literally just fucking, it's a prompt. And the fact that people treat like prompts like it's some sort of like art, I want those people to be launched into the sun. There is no like, I'm good at AI. You're good at getting fucking told what to think, maybe. But that's just because you're programmable, hence why you're using AI. I don't know, man. It's like, everyone encourages everyone to think for themselves, and then I see people posting screenshots of Grok. And I'm like, why are you typing to DARPA? Are you stupid? Where the 8 billion people come from, the other infinite dimensions that exist, and many other divine sparks are experiencing those infinite dimensions right now. People like Massey are little antichrist. Pretending to be good is worse than just being bad. I agree. It's so fucking funny because I would rather the devil I know, kind of thing, where it's like the deception. Because that's my number one thing, right? Like, if you're a drug addict, whatever, man, that's on you. Don't steal my shit. Don't, like, go driving while you're high. Don't, endanger children. Whatever. Do as much drugs as you want to. I don't give a shit. You want to fucking replace your arms with chainsaws surgically. Have at it, brother. More power to you. It's like I respect the evil honesty of someone like Alex Karp, for example, because I know he means what he says. I know he's a piece of shit because on the surface, he's a piece of shit. How's he more honest than Thomas Massey? Because Thomas Massey is a piece of shit in secret and pretends to not be. And I'm like, I don't like Alex Karp, but you kind of have to be like, you know what? This guy is a piece of shit, and he's not afraid to show it. And that makes things easy. It makes it easy on the rest of us, because we get to be like, wow, what the fuck? Where everybody that's dishonest and deceitful is what keeps us all guessing and keeps us in this state of confusion. Like, I look at Alex Karp, I know he's my enemy. Everyone knows he's your enemy. But then it's the ones that are sly about it and crafty about it. Those are the people that fuck this world up and have everyone in fucking constant disarray. I still find it hilarious that Karp went on stage coked up and said it was because he's neurodivergent and created a whole neurodivergent fellowship to cover for the fact he was coked up. Yeah, yeah, all of them are fucking drug addicts, man. It's crazy because I think what they do is like they just get high as fuck together on all these like research chemicals. And then they're like, "Oh man, we should inject people with this concoction." And I don't know, man. It's like it's insane. We'll stab you in the front where Massey will do it in the back while smiling at you. Yeah. Come on, buddy. You still have her with you. You're blessed, man, although you're a bit blind. I know, but she cut me off. What? What? Fent lace piss from a drone is a hell of a way to go. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, I know that deep down he means that. And it makes it easy. Like, if all the elites were as unapologetically evil as Alex Karp, we would save so much time. We would know. We could just point and be like, you see that guy doing that fucked up shit right there? You see how he brags about doing fucked up shit? My wife has ALS. She wants legal separation, so I'm joking. I'll get a robot girlfriend 7. Man, you know, is there really much difference between a robot and like an OnlyFans girl at this point? I guess you can turn off the robot. Our thoughts and our personality types on the MBTI mapping us psychologically. She gave up on me, not the other way around. Oof. That's rough, man. I'm sorry you're going through it, man. I hope things get better for you. I think they will. I think they will. I tend to have a lot better like I'm a lot less cynical on a personal level. Right? Cuz, you know, it seems like in life we've all been faced with like these challenges that seem like end all be all stuff into the world kind of thing, right, on a personal level. And then eventually over time it's always okay. You just got to live a little. Karp earned his PhD at Frankfurt University that was massively funded by the Rothschilds family after its creation, and the Jewish co-founder of A.G. Farben and Joseph Mengele. Yeah, Frankfurt is terrible. That's basically where they teach you how to Weimar. But, you know, with like new lessons learned. All have the right electromagnetism. Wipe her feet, her clothes, her but yeah, I'm not certain on that. However, all I learned tells me the soul level is not easy mapped out or observed by physical devices or techniques. Experimental psychotropics make Jack less of a dull boy. You got to be careful about those though, man, because you know, I think that you know, there Peter Thiel has invested in a few psilocybin companies, and you have like Joe Rogan that pushes the DMT stuff, and I worry that you know that it may be co-opted in order to breed neuroplasticity in people because that makes you more easily programmable. um I'm not sure if that makes sense, but you know, like when because I've dabbled in like psychedelics and stuff before. But you know, when it comes to like psilocybin mushrooms, like I know for a fact that that increases the neuroplasticity in your brain to allow new like neurons to be created. But how do you know those are the ones you want? Now they're finding pesticides in legal weed. Yep, absolutely. Escape from the Planet of the Robots, starring Charlton Heston, AI, and Roddy McDowall III. Stay away from those fake analog lab drugs. You've already easily programmable if you're taking DMT because Joe Rogan said it was cool. I did DMT like 10 years ago. Um it was really weird. Um I knew the guy that was making it. Um so, you know, back then I used to be kind of dumb. It was one of those things where, I was young and I came from like a family that had a bunch of drug issues, and like I was kind of raised to believe that, like abusing drugs was like cool and shit like that. So I grew up very, very quickly, very young, and I got like all of my partying and all that shit out of the way very, very early. Like like the first time I smoked weed, I was 11 years old. So it's like, when all my friends started getting into it at like 16 and shit, I'm like, yeah, I know. And, it kind of went from there, but um like I feel like I grew up very fast, lived very hard, very young, and now I'm just kind of over it all. Like, I like getting drunk isn't something that like appeals to me really. If my friends are drinking, I'm gonna drink maybe, because how else do you deal? How do you tolerate drunk adults if you're not? But usually not. I think I drank maybe 10 times last year, and half of those I think were beer. CBD works well as a lotion. DMT is like memorizing an encyclopedia. I'll say, when I did it, I was listening to, I think, fucking Mozart. Um, and I was sitting on a futon and hit it, and then, fucking wormhole. It looked like, do you guys remember those little plastic shapes that they would give you in school to just like let you make different stuff? It's like a yellow triangle and a blue square and a fucking red trapezoid, and you would like make mosaics with those. That was what my wormhole was like comprised of. And then I was like floating over an ocean, and there was a mermaid with black hair, and like a seafoam green kind of bluish tail, and she just said, "Everything's gonna be okay." And that's really all I remember. And, since then, I've gotten through a lot of shit, but at the end of it, it's always been okay. And I'm like, huh, maybe that was like my inner something, like trying to tell me, like, hey, don't fucking worry about stuff so much right now. Like, just give it time. You're going to be in a different place a year from now. Things are going to be different. And all that stuff. And it's worked for me, I think, a lot. Now, I'm not sitting there getting like fucking blasted on DMT anymore, let alone like all the time. But, I think, I don't think there's any harm in like doing it once. Especially because it's like, it's not addicting, it's not habit forming, and it's a chemical that is produced like in your brain naturally. Um, but again, I'll say, like, it is one of those things where I do think that applications of it have been weaponized. But it's like dreaming while you're awake. I wasn't able to, like, I've never been able to lucid dream. Um, but a lot of people say it's like lucid dreaming without being able to control it. And that seems to be a pretty good explanation. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, it's you synthesize it yourself. You're just extracting it from other living things and giving it to yourself artificially, as opposed to like letting your brain naturally release it when you're like asleep or dying. Um, so I was born in 1957. I was able to still have a childhood until the day JFK was assassinated. By the way, my mom cried when she heard the news. I knew all life would change after that fateful day. You are correct, sir. I think that that's when, obviously that's when like LBJ came in, and I think that that is where they sort of moved away from like the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and the, this, that, and the other, and it became Israel. Like we had been, colluding with various intelligence agencies and shit like that that partner with like these big fucking barons and what have you. And then there was always the church. But I think after JFK, Israel became like the number one influence in our government. Someone sent me a study protocol on how to dream. Do you believe in astrology because these people apparently do? Um, I know there's stars in the sky, but I don't think that the stars have ever really like dictated my life or my outcome. I think it was a good way to like, tell stories that kept track of time and were able to like measure the seasons or know when like certain things were going to happen based on the position of, the stars in the sky, but I think other than that, I'm not really a big subscriber to like astrology. It again comes down to one of those things where it's like that, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim, and people will say that they can tell me my fucking future or something, or they can psychoanalyze me based on like when and where I was born, and I'm like, okay. Because my control against that would be, okay, take two babies that are born in the same place at the same time at the same hospital right next to each other, and then measure their lives and see where they are. Can we boot the bot, please? It's getting weird. There's a bot. Saturn in the sky is oppressive. Natal astrology is mostly nonsense. The whole horoscope thing was created in the mid 1900s to entertain bored housewives reading the paper. See, I'd believe that. I'd believe that. But yeah, I've never been an astrology guy. Burnsville tends to 10 to 10 on the 10th day of the 10th month. What the fuck? My CIA shift is over. I gotta go. What is this 4555 thing? Is that like a new meme I'm not aware of? In fact, the studies very much observe the same we observed in humans via anecdotes for decades now. The substances do not form addictions. People or also animals, however, might. There are people who can go into the astral without need of taking any substance. Thousands of people temporarily consume a lot of these substances on an individual basis, but none of them, even those who consume the highest doses, none formed habits and all quit on their own volition eventually. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where they have to be able to take advantage of very specific neural pathways that trick the reward center in your brain into thinking that what is happening to you is good. And they don't really ever mess with those a lot, like when it comes to like serotonin, dopamine, and shit like that. Like you can have, enhanced levels of that, but they don't trigger those neurons just inherently by ingesting the chemical. Define bot? What? Another way of saying 2040? How does that work? In Aries, fire signs are best. I don't even know any of that. I think I'm a Scorpio. That's about the end of my knowledge. You read about people who got the COVID vaccine have MAC addresses, first step in biodigital convergence. So I've seen a couple claims that say like if you turn on the developer options of your phone that you can go in there and you can see like Bluetooth devices and that you're able to like detect people who've been vaccinated. I have tested this with a person who was confirmed to be vaccinated, and I wasn't able to detect any Bluetooth devices on them. Now, whether they have a MAC address or not is an entirely different thing and not really something that I think I would be able to confirm without having a way to connect to it and see that information. Um, but, you know, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. Serotonin and adrenaline receptors in our brain, all these substances target those receptors. However, the big four psychedelics are so-called reuptake inhibitors. Basically, they reduce the decay of these substances in your body, thus raising the levels of these substances. Uh, I will say my point still stands that while they do inhibit the reuptake, they do not artificially uh, flood your brain like some other drugs do. Another problem is the little discussed is the genetic modification of the elite. It's an Eloy Morlock scenario. I don't think I know what that is either. However, unlike amphetamines, they do not release the empty serotonin receptors in your brain. That is what other drugs do. Yeah, as you said, they flood your brain, or basically, yeah, yeah, and that's what I was trying to say is like, you know, I think that that's what causes it to be like less habit forming. I think that you know, it is those ones that flood you with dopamine and serotonin and shit immediately. That is like what is rigging your reward centers in your brain to seek them out. Um, break the barriers of these receptors, and hence pretty much everything is released at once, with of course fatal consequences for the next days. Those levels would be depleted. Yeah, and that's why you shouldn't like binge those things either. You're gonna wear your fucking brain out. It's like running your car without oil. Energy spilled is the agenda. Reuptake inhibitors prevent those neurotransmitters from being taken back and to be used again, so you have less to release over time. It's how blow addiction can cause permanent chemical depression. Yeah. Oh, the time machine thing. Okay, okay. I think someone actually brought that up, not the last stream, but the stream before that. I think they had mentioned another term from it, though. Or maybe another H.G. Wells work called the pop up gambling I'm seeing everywhere. Nicotine. Like I kind of wonder um you know they say that nicotine is supposed to like uh interfere with like the micro or like the nanotech that they're trying to use on us, and it just I'm always curious about that because you know when we have someone like oh, what's her name? Susie Wiles, who's like a huge PR person for a lot of tobacco companies. Um, you know, it just seems like something that they would say to generate more sales. Like what I would love to see is someone take like a nano machine and drip nicotine on it and me watch it like short circuit. But I am also a slave to nicotine. I started smoking when I was like 15. Um, Smoking cigarettes, and then I've quit smoking after 10 years and started vaping. And I've been trying to quit that for a couple years now. But we'll get there. Nightshades. Nightshades are good for you, but only in small amounts. Users seek that first time high they got, which they can never get again unless they quit for at least a month. Heard they're outlawing nicotine in a few years. Oh man, I oh that would be insane. When you do the LCD or DMT, you can reprogram your synapses to make new connections and break old ones. They can view it now with their latest scan tech. Now, the problem that I have with so I don't know about anybody else, but anytime that I was ever on psychedelics, I never really like made a conscious choice to um I guess like do anything other than take it and be like, "Whoa," for a couple hours. I've never really had like the discipline, I guess. Yeah, I was like, man, I don't know, the nicotine thing, that seems kind of crazy. Vape is the hardest fucking thing to quit. It really is, because it's always there. It doesn't taste like shit. It doesn't make you smell bad. And it doesn't make you like hack up a lung every morning. They made tobacco so expensive here. 50 grams for 27 euro. Jesus. The cig ban in New Zealand. Wait, you guys banned cigarettes in New Zealand? As an ex-biochemist, I would like to know on what basis our establishments want to ban nicotine. Like, seriously, if we have a ban on that one, darlings, I can give you a huge list of all. Our chemical engineer friend told us how bad vaping was for you. Oh, I know it's terrible for me. It's terrible for me. And it is one of those things where it's like, you know, I'm never going to encourage somebody to take up nicotine or really any sort of substance. I mean, I think, you know, it, best best approach would be, you know, there's a lot of systems going on in your brain, and just the likeliness of you being created not malformed or with mental issues or any sort of like, you know, degenerative disease and shit like that, like statistically speaking, is pretty small. And so like further endangering that by introducing, you know, various substances and stuff to your body, I think, you know, it it increases your ability to be exposed to, you know, other things, to abuse that thing. Like, it's better to just not, honestly, and like just live as free and natural as possible, chemical free as much as you can. I think that that is just the best approach. But obviously, like, you guys, whatever you want to put in your body, have at it, as long as you're not like, you know, encroaching on anybody else's rights to like self-determination. Like, don't forcibly stick another person in your body, but anything else is probably fine. Well, not fine, but you know what I mean. Like, you guys do whatever the fuck you want. What is your ancestry? Seven Seas, Italy, apparently German. I've never done my my genealogy, but I did like do some researching on my surname, and everything that I've found, it's German. I also have Cherokee and Sioux Indian on my mom's side. The German comes from my dad. If you smoke in your time here, I can recommend NAC supplements. I got my left nostrils working, some taste back after 35 years of smoking cigarettes. Now that you mention it, your face and facial hair actually look very German. I'm not kidding. You look Bavarian. Good day, 7Cs. Glad to see you're still alive, brother. If you want to smoke, smoke Damiana leaf. Keep the habit. I'm also German and Scottish. Yeah, I started to learn German there for a while. And then, you know, I saw how fucking cringy a lot of the JQ people were. And I was like, man, maybe this is a bad look. Like, I wanted to learn another language, and it's like, you know, if I am German, then I might as well learn the language of my ancestors. But you know, then you have people like Arthur that are, you know, talking about how fucking cool the Nazi uniforms are and how badass it is to be, you know. And I'm like, I don't want people to get the wrong impression when I'm like, yeah, I can speak German. Literally any disease or cancer, just oxygenate yourself. No pathogen can survive a highly oxygenized environment. Mild sedative with very mild psychedelic properties, very modest, maybe on par with herbs like wild daga. NAC for 2 months and then 600 milligrams for good living. Look that stuff up. That's the psyop turning you away from your ancestry. And you're probably right, honestly. Is like they're wanting me to... Because the Hitler stuff aside, the things that the German people accomplished on like an engineering level and like a technology level and all that stuff, right? Impressive. Like take away the war, take away the Jew stuff, right? And you just look at like what they were able to accomplish coming out of like Weimar Germany to build themselves into the superpower. Yeah, they had some help with the Rothschilds and shit like that, right? But the people that were in the country, I think like those people did incredible feats, and I'm really proud of that. And I'm, you know, I think that that's something to kind of, you know, look to is like, wow, look at, you know, some of the things that people I'm somewhat related to are capable of. Um, and I think that's really cool. But then I also know, you know, I'm critical of Israel, speaking German. It's just, you know, well, I guess you can say that, yeah, compared to the rest of the world in that time, that would basically hold true. However, at the same time, whatever we put out the last 100 years is merely a shadow and child's attempt to recreate what our ancestors did. Oh, yeah. I mean, ever since we started having electronic frequencies produced in the world, we have gone downhill as a society. And I don't know if people are willing to like look at that. But from the second that we first launched our first wireless signal, things have gone downhill and people have become worse. And that's just as a whole, right? That's not like any particular person, any particular group of people. I think overall, all of humanity became worse. Ich hab ein Scheiländer quit. I might be mispronouncing that last one. Ich bought. Our ancestors had access to unlimited energy, for instance. So yeah, as impressive as it was for the time on a large scale, we live in a very backwards era. Well, like, you know, there's those certain like structures that we've stumbled upon where it's like, bro, the only way they could have done this was like sound waves. And it's like, who fucking knows, man? Like, I can't even trust something that was printed yesterday, let alone 200 years ago. You know, and so it's one of those things again where it's like burden of proof kind of thing, because you know, I don't believe the official narrative by any means, but I also don't claim to know. And that's why I think like you know, when we look at these like massive structures that, you know, we built with like very good precision and artistic quality and shit like that. Um I think that is like a good indicator that people were definitely a lot more capable than we maybe like try to frame them today. To the extent is what I am kind of curious about. Too soon for a German ancestor but American born to be critical of Israel. Do you have any questions about today? I love that you call out logical fallacies by their name. Did I? We're in the age of idiocracy. Tartary is a prime example of our records not being records or truth, but being literally history. And that's the thing, right? Is like, I have zero doubt that we're being lied to about history. To the extent of what and how much is what is like kind of difficult to um quantify, if that makes sense. Because I mean, I hear all kinds of different shit. Like you know, I've heard like the ancient aliens theory, for example, right? Or you know, and so it becomes one of those things where it's like possibly Deutsch. Dusty Nemo stealing your chart idea. Dude, that guy is a fucking. That was really funny. I just got tagged in something and someone was like, hey, you put Dustin Nemos on your web. Why? And so I posted everything. I was like, well, he was in with Mike Flynn. He was part of the QAnon stuff. He worked with Liz Crokin. He fucking got arrested a lot. And he ended up taking all of that and saying all of it was a lie, even though like I posted a link to his arrest records. I posted a picture of him with Mike Flynn, and I posted a video of him admitting himself that he was a gay stripper. And so then his counter is to take the picture of my just talking thumbnail and draw a yellow line across it and just put the word Jew beside it. And I was like, what? Which video has Ann Vandersteel? One of the Flynn ones. Me and her went back and forth with each other on Twitter. Well, really, it was I called out Ann Vandersteel, like not even directly, but I was just listing off people that are part of Mike Flynn's bullshit. And you know, her name got mentioned. So she DMs me and she's like, actually, like you have the story wrong. You know, these people fucked me over and I'm not really with them anymore. And I was like, that's funny because like 2 weeks ago you were doing something with Mike Flynn. So, you know, you want to explain that? And the only thing she does is call me Mossad. And then her friend, Dr. Jane fucking Rubenstein, comes in there and then also calls me Mossad. And I'm like, wow, that's funny. Aren't you friends with Laura Loomer? I'm like, that's really weird. So you're saying that I'm Mossad, but you get to be friends with Mossad and take pictures with her, and she's literally in the fucking White House, and I'm a streamer with like 3,000 subs, but I'm Mossad. That's so fucking stupid. Have you ever taken a look at the physics and logistics of the Eiffel Tower? If not, you should. It's fun. I haven't. I do know that I'm convinced that all of the people of France are just three geese in a trench coat. Because anytime I hear French, I just think of geese honking. I don't know how I came to this conclusion, but it is one of the theories that I will keep until I die. Because I'll say this, I've never seen a French person and three geese in the same room. Who's the idiot online who grouped Santos Bonacci with the other sellout podcasters? Played with the Lego and Makona as a kid. Not yet, Mossad, not yet. I mean, good luck. I'll say this, if you guys ever catch me saying anything positive about Israel, then you know I have been killed and I have been replaced. But yeah, I'm telling you guys, like, go listen to a soundbite of a geese honking, and then go find a video of a very French person. It's the same sound. Vander's ears also heal straight away. Tonton. Spend the 7K wisely. Man, if I was getting paid 7K a week or per post, I would never live stream a day in my life. Let me tell you. I'd be off doing other shit. You are what you eat, especially when it's goose liver. Like, right now, I'll show you guys how much Mossad has been paying me. That's how much Mossad has been paying me to do this work. Right? My bank will let me go negative $100. So we're playing a dangerous game. Asmongold has been explaining Israel pretty well of late. But then turning around and saying how fucking awesome and based it is that we're like taking Venezuela, and how fucking awesome it's going to be when we're all like part of AI. And like, Asmon is a transhumanist propagandist. It's funny because like he basically has a lot of the same talking points as like Fox News, but he sometimes plays video games and says memes and stuff, and then he's like pro gay and trans. Everything else I think is just like Fox News. Intelligence in general is just webs of assets. Your debt is how they'll get their foot in the door to start controlling you. And see, that's the thing, right? Is like, I don't really value money. I only have money because I have to pay for stuff. But like, I've never really had dreams of like living in a mansion or like driving nice cars, or I just want to be able to pay my fucking bills and for everyone to leave me alone. Anyone promoted at all as controlled opposition? I mean, yeah, his fucking talent manager used to work for Fox News. I'm not sure if you guys know that. Night Media. That guy used to run Fox News for fucking Rupert Murdoch. And he runs the fucking talent company for Asmund and Hassan and all those motherfuckers. Like, you should never even take those people seriously. I'll catch an Asmongold video sometimes when it like comes up on my feed, because I'm like, I need a good gauge of how the average retard is thinking right now. And he'll say stuff and I'm like, yeah, that seems to be in line with a lot of the stuff I see on Twitter. It's like that is how I can get the unfettered, let me get all the fucking bullshit out of the way. Let me see what this guy says to his audience, and that's how I know what like your average gaming YouTuber fucking kid is thinking, you know. Otherwise, I don't really have a way to gauge like the general consensus of the population. I have money to spare. You would be the first and only person I would donate to. I'd never donated to a podcaster. You're the most like-minded podcaster on the internet. You deserve it. Nah, man, you deserve it. You worked hard for that money. You got a family to take care of, or at least yourself to take care of and shit. And I'll be honest, like the money, I could use it, but I'm never gonna like pressure you guys or make you feel bad. If you could, just the fact that you're here hanging out, like I am getting a little bit of ad revenue. I might get like $2 off this video or something, um, but yeah, I think that like the best thing that you can do is like invest in your future and make sure that you're setting yourself up for success. And because like shit is going to hit the fan and the economy is going to fucking take a nosedive. And that's not me like trying to fearmonger or anything, but like we all know what's coming. Like we are the have-nots, and they're about to make us have a whole lot less. So try to have what you can while you can have it until the time comes when you ain't supposed to have it and you need it. Roman law is maritime law, aka government legislation, acts, bills, verifiable language, lawful, not the same thing. Yes. Club of Rome, baby. Use Twitter front ends instead of Twitter. Seeds are the new gold. Dude, if you can find some heirloom seeds, some say Nick Fuentes is the next Charlie Kirk, if you know what I mean. He's gonna get married to some like super Zionist. What is she a Mormon or a Scientologist? One of the two. And then he's gonna fake his death. Single mother, 7 C's, it's rough, and yes, we come first individually, but legit, you are a great dude. I appreciate you, bro. Hey, I appreciate you too. And it means the world that you guys are here and tuning in and everything like that to just hear what I have to say, because I'm just another fucking person. I don't really think that like I deserve, and this might be imposter syndrome, because I do think I do a better job than a lot of people in like trying to maintain no bias outside of like anti-authoritarianism, and really just like trying to be respectful of your all's time, in the sense that like we don't have to dissect the Venezuela thing and figure out is Trump doing what all that bullshit. Like that is so disrespectful of your guys' time. Doing the like headline of the day thing, like you guys know what it is. You guys know what the headlines are. It's, hey, new fucked thing that screws you over to the benefit of the elite. And there's really no other headline that comes out anymore. So to like take one and super break it down and talk about it and speculate about what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. They're going to fuck us. We're going to do fucking nothing about it. And everyone's going to complain on the internet. And then that's the new status quo. And then tomorrow a new terrible thing is going to happen. And nobody's going to do anything about it. And we're all going to complain online about it. And now that's the new status quo. And it's going to happen like that every fucking day until somebody does stuff. And I leave it at that so I don't get my account banned. But infer what you will. You're real authentic, and that's the appeal. You also make graphs. The only other person I know of currently who graphs shit out before you is John Swin. Heard a bunch of dirty senators on both sides are sweating their asses off right now. For what? It's like reporting on a reality show. That's how it feels. Yeah, and no one cares. They're going to milk this Venezuela thing just like the Kirk BS. Right. And that's the thing, right? Is like, we touch on the Venezuela thing so that I can say, so you guys do know that this was the plan all along, right? And you guys are like, yes, we knew that was the plan all along. And I'm like, cool, now we can move on. You don't like Booma 7? When did I say that? I don't have a problem with DeBooma. I think he has a problem with me because I'm not like answering him at his every beck and call and like sharing everything he posts and shit like that. But I don't have an issue with him. I think he's upset at me for some reason. And I'll go right back to that thing where it's like, I mean, if you guys are trying to like tell me what to post, or you're trying to involve me in your personal stuff or anything like that, like I'm not having any part of that. I don't want to be in those back and forth like personal spats and shit. The graphs are fire, honestly. I appreciate that. We're actually I'm thinking of how would you guys feel about doing one on like the nuclear revitalization that's going on right now? Because I'm seeing like a huge spike in that, and I would love to kind of cover that. And because I believe it was today the United States just wait, unfortunate Booma just posted your DMs. Well, that's a platform violation. Where? Bunch of tards over there. I mean that's you know, I've been seeing nothing but like them fighting with each other. And I'm like, okay. What is this accomplishing? I'm confused. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Um and tagged you on X. So he's trying to involve me in like his personal drama shit then, cuz I'll just ignore that. I don't really have anything to do with that. Grow on a healthy soil. Any food we grow is healthy. You will not get deficiencies if you eat truly healthy, uncontaminated food from a healthy soil grown in traditional agroforestry. No matter how smart or intelligent, I think a lot of people might just have to admit they were wrong about many things. I can't wait for the day that I can admit that I was wrong. If that's what I was saying, this drama BS is pathetic. Yeah, like with Sean non-vaxxer 420. Well, so I just want to proposition every single second that he is spending trying to like talk shit about me or fight with other people is seconds that he is taking away from information and research and shit like this is like low vibrational shit. I don't know why the fuck they're tagging me and shit. Like, man, I have nothing to do with any of that. He said I blocked him? What? I was blocked by Deny the Mark and Seven Seas. That's really funny because it's, well, it did say that we were following each other. I guess he stopped following me. So let me just do that real quick. But I never blocked him. That's a lie. This is a lie. And if he's lying about this, what won't he lie about? I never blocked him. So he's lying. So I just need to absolve myself of this entire thing. That's crazy. What even, dude? This is all fucking stupid. Oh man, guys, if they're trying to get you wrapped up in shit like this, they are against you focusing on the right things. If you're focused on drama, you're not focused on research and information, and it is to your detriment. I'll say that. Smells very contrived to me. Nothing to do with you, brother. Yeah, I mean, people just need to leave me alone with all that shit. And it's one of those things, right? Like, I mean, how many times did I go weeks at a time without streaming at all? So just because I don't answer you when you message me right away, all it's so fucking childish, bro. Like that's something I would expect like a high school girl to be upset about. That's something a middle schooler gets upset. Hey, you didn't message me back, and like I know we're not like super close or anything like that. That's crazy. Bro, I would never get mad at somebody for not messaging me back. My first thought is maybe they're busy. Maybe they didn't see it. Maybe they did and it just wasn't a good time. If I want to reach back out, I'll reach out. If they want to reach out to me, I'll wait on them to say something back. But I don't get mad at people because they don't fucking respond. That's crazy. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if I was streaming every day and ignoring him and like making posts every day, maybe I could understand it. But in my opinion, this comes off as a huge entitlement of my time and attention. And that is narcissism. To think anybody is entitled to my time, attention, efforts, anything like that, that is narcissism. That's crazy. Like you all, my audience who support me, I ghosted you guys for weeks. And when I come back, you guys are like, hey, are you okay? Are you doing good? Is everything all right? What are we talking about? That's what I would expect from anybody with good intentions. You guys treated me the only way that I would expect people to treat me, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that you guys did that, and you were like, we thought you died, but we're glad you're good. Like, welcome back. And then we just carry on like nothing happened. Like, bro, what if I was in the hospital dying and that's the reason I didn't fucking respond to you? What if I got kidnapped and that's the reason I'm not responding to you? And you're going to sit there and talk shit? That's so crazy. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'm over all that. I'm just going to mute it. And I thought I ghosted you. No, man, it was me. I just fucking a whole bunch of different shit. And I don't know. Here we are. Just look at his post. Has put his fat face on everything. That's crazy. And the AI too. I've noticed like all of his fucking things are AI, but then he says AI is evil. Anyway, that's not why I'm here. That's not why I'm here. He is inconsequential to the big picture. Um, I think the next lies and ties we're gonna do is gonna be on the revitalization of the nuclear industry. Because just today, there was a almost $1 billion financing. So the United States government just gave $900 million to three nuclear energy companies. One of them being a nuclear energy company that is backed by Peter Thiel. And then we also have the Bill Gates partnering with like I forget their name now, but he's partnered with a couple. I want to say it's called like fuck, no, I won't be able to remember without referencing it. But and then what, smear campaigning on you publicly because of emotions of abandonment or neglect? I don't know, dude. Like I get it. My father abandoned me too, but you kind of just have to get past that shit. But yeah, how would you guys feel about mapping out the like financial ties and stuff for the nuclear revitalization that we're going to start seeing over the next year or two. When Trump said the army was going to use micro nuke generators, I thought nuke was coming back. So there's two things. You have nuclear reactors where they're starting to use like different precursors and stuff like that. And then you have small modular reactors, which is like essentially them trying to do like fusion. And yeah, it's wild. Once emotions are heightened, you're in crazy town. Yeah. The DSM or the POS. Anyways, back to more important talk, and I love the nuclear industry idea, and fission centers should be added too. Okay. I will say I have done quite a bit of research on the nuclear end, but if people want to help me become more familiar with the SMR stuff and the thorium, that's what it is. Yeah. Small modular reactors, thorium. Yeah, we can get into all that because they're talking about like doing SMRs for Oracle. I believe Sam Altman has talked about doing SMRs and shit like that. Deep dive on nukes. Yeah, I mean, we can. I will say this. I don't believe that the nuclear bombs that were dropped were nuclear bombs, but I do think that nuclear energy exists because there are things actively on the grid being powered by it. That's kind of where I'm at, is that I don't think that the nuclear bombs that they claim to have dropped were nuclear bombs. But that's a stream for another time. Something we have actually kind of like dug into and looked at. And you guys are more than welcome to go take a look at that if you'd like. I believe I have a couple different streams on that. I know I did one with Wheezy. And I think that would be good for the next stream. How are you guys feeling about Thursday? Would Thursday be good for lives and ties? Yes. Okay. How do we feel about Thursday, same time? So it'd be noon Central Time. Thorium is huge for them. Ingersoll, Lockwood, yeah. Same time. So we'd start noon Central Time. Radioactive elements or isotopes in general are definitely very concentrated, a very dense energy signature. It is some of the same nature as the archons and typically antagonistic to us. Yeah, I don't think nuclear energy is a good thing. Wheezy's great. I think Wheezy's great too, man. He like I think that his and I's like area of focus is a little different, and I appreciate that. And the other part that I really appreciate too is that he gets it, right? Like every time I see him go on like the Union of the Unwanted, and he's the only one on there, and he's like, that's fake, that's gay, this, you know, I'm like, yes, dude, get him. Put these, because there's a couple people in the Union of the Unwanted that, you know, very sus, and it's cool to see him like actually say fuck all the political correctness and the fucking like treating people with respect. Like, you're a Fed, I'm gonna fucking call you a Fed and fake and shit like that. And I think that's great. I love seeing that. It would be noon Central Time. I don't like energy that leaves such poisonous crap behind. Yes. My question went by too fast. Have you ever read Miles Mathis? I haven't. 3 15-second ads. God. Bro, get an ad blocker, man. I'm telling you, it'll change your life. Thorium was mooted to be safer reaction to control than uranium. Seem to remember reading yonks ago. I know they were doing something with like salts at some point. Some type of like salting. I can't remember what the fuck it was called. I'll try to find it for the next stream. And it goes back as far as we can somewhat reliably picture in the past. The Templars check their colors again: white, black, and red. Love real people, not all these fake grifters. Yeah. Yeah, like I can tell that Wheezy is most likely a garbage man that lives in Florida. Right? Like, is who he says he is. And like the fact that he does actually have a day job, I think is another big one. Opera has built-in ad block. You can always go to the Google Web Store and get the Pi ad block. I recently unfollowed and muted a Mr. Jeff Goldblum type character. Oh yeah, dude, I stopped following Ian Malcolm after he. So I had like an in-depth conversation with him, and I was like, bro, Ian Carroll's not a good guy. And then like he seemed to understand, and then literally the very next day was trying to get Ian on a space, and I was like, bro, this guy's a fucking Fed. What are you doing? And so I just stopped following him. That was probably about a year ago now. Are you not going live on X anymore? Or am I just seeing this? So I scheduled the live stream to go until 5. And Twitter makes you pick a cutoff time. I did not expect myself to be streaming for 6 hours today, but here we are. But I'm kind of winding things down. But Twitter, as soon as you hit that cutoff time, they just stop your stream. No other platform has a cutoff time for their streams. YouTube doesn't, Rumble doesn't, Kick doesn't, Twitch doesn't, anything like that. You can see where their priorities are with that Ian Carroll thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, he's an opportunist. Just trying to get people in there to get clicks so he can get money. For like 4 months, I don't know how I ended up following him. Someone recently said he yeah, that's pretty much. Also, just a picture, what do you picture a hellish apocalyptic landscape to look like? What are the colors of that? Gray and red, or no? Yeah, I would think like red, dark gray, black, and probably white. But we cannot trust Seven because he can stay away for weeks just as easy. What? Purple? I could see purple with the Myrrh Bearers. Do you guys know about the Myrrh Bearers? As said, it is not the single colors, but the combination that spells alarm. But yes, when we see any of that combination, we should be weary. As soon as I saw old Ian Carroll, EGE female hair and thick green ear studs, I knew he was a psyop, which made me look differently at Candace. Yeah, Candace is an op. Tucker's an op. Fucking Fuentes is an op. So, from my understanding, Candace is she's part of like that Council for National Policy bullshit. Ian is also wrapped up in all that. You have Tucker, who's literally just fucking CIA, whether he wants to admit it or not. You have fucking, I don't know. You guys know. They're all just fucking gay feds. They're probably in a group chat together, like, giddy about how many views and clicks they're getting with each other. Staying away and leaving to take care of life and not being on the internet 24/7 is actually more trustworthy to me. You take time out for personal life because internet isn't your life. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, if I had an agenda to push, don't you guys think I would be here, like, pushing it every single day? Like, trying to catch as many people as I can and like trying to solidify like some sort of thing like that, or even like grow. And it's like, bro, I'm doing it when I can, you know, about what I can and shit like that. Married in Lord Farmer, Precious Metals, Dynasty is Candace. Yes, the House of Lords. Yeah. And then you also have to consider John Mappin with her and all that bullshit. They began to play it with us after World War One. I mean, dude, during the Civil War, fucking Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. Lincoln was just a dirty fucking Federalist who pretended to give a shit about black people. They got banned on YouTube, banned on X, banned on Facebook, then it's 50-50. They're not feds. We'll see. I'll say this. If they ever got banned at one time and are now back, there is a decent chance that they're probably feds. But, you know. I guess most people will at least have distantly heard the concept, the four corners of Earth. I have heard of the four corners of the globe, but that's also a contradictory statement in and of itself, because globes don't have corners. So, Andrew Jackson is on the $20 bills because it's a giant fuck you. Yeah. What if someone gets banned 40 times? So that automatically brings me to like Decent Truth. And he's kind of wild, man. He says some really good stuff and has some good stuff, but then also he gets like hella violent. And I'm like, man, you got to be careful with that. Like, seen the video of the ice cream that doesn't melt? Yep. Crater, Earth, or bust. Our folks were born into their folks and their folks. At least we are alert to the world agenda with World's Library to search at the fingertips. Yeah. Also, another thing is like, man, I don't paywall shit. There's so many people that I see that like all their shit's paywalled, and I'm like, guys, the information is supposed to be free. You guys are giving out information on these talks and these streams. Wouldn't you think that it would be conducive to everybody to make those as accessible as possible for everyone and free? Like, it's crazy that like people are hiding shit behind Patreons, and they're hiding it behind like fucking just any sort of paywall. And I'm like, you are decreasing the level of accessibility of knowledge for countless people. And like, yeah, I do have ads, but I just at least have to make enough money to pay the internet and the electricity. If I can do that, we'll be okay. Being in the air corner while west of the Mississippi, the signature changes significantly into Earth, and lo and behold, I miss Weston Paradigm. You've been threatened for talking about the topics you talk about. I've never been threatened. I've had like randoms message me on Twitter and like call me like a Fed or a Jew or a fag or something like that, but nobody's ever really like threatened my life. And that's another thing that's like a huge tell to me, right? Is all these people that say like, I have death threats against me, and it's like, fucking where? You're either A, you should be off grid right now trying to keep yourself and your family safe, or B, you need to be ignoring these faceless fucking random accounts that are based in Ghana that are telling you they're gonna come kill you. Don't blow that out of proportion to turn yourself into a victim. It's so crazy. Like, if they want to they're not going to send you death threats. They're just going to fucking kill you. So anybody that's getting death threats is playing it up for the dramatization. I can assure you. Feds aren't going to message people and say, we're coming to get you. They're just going to fucking kill you. They're going to cut your brake lines overnight and just wait for you to die in a car crash. And then they're going to rule it a suicide. And that's going to be the end of it. Threatened for what? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, these motherfuckers don't even tell the truth, and they claim they're getting their life threatened. I'm sitting here telling what I think is the truth and being straight up honest with you guys. I've never been threatened for saying any of this. If someone yelled at you on Twitter, it could have just been me unloading my excessive cortisol when I wake up. That's fine. Hey, live. I watch a lot of the restreams. Learned a lot. Good, man. Good. Hey, welcome. Welcome. We're actually on the way out. I'm about an hour and 15 over. But you guys are just too much fun. I've missed you guys. I've missed being here and like doing this. Um, yeah, Chris stole millions from old ladies. That's the guy who I know personally. What? Nowhere is an escape. Virginia Gaffrey's Dead Man Switch. Who got that? Yeah, post Charlie Kirk, every bum felt threatened. Yeah. Yeah. That was so funny. Oh god, maybe I'm next. You, T Lab, Winnie, and Ian Davis should have a live stream conversation would be amazing. I've messaged back and forth with Whitney a couple times, and I've invited her to sit down for a conversation, but she never really followed up with me on that because I have a lot of questions for her, and I think there would be some questions that maybe she hasn't been asked before, and I'm not sure if that would be the reason or if she legitimately is just too busy. But either way, I'm not mad. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, Tim Pool being swatted, having his house shot at. Yeah, right. Tucker was anti-Semite of the year. Yeah, he became that so he could lead it. You already know. Yep, fake opposition. T-Lab mods will ban you quickly in chat. Don't ask me how I know. That's crazy because I've streamed with T-Lab a few times, and me and him always have a pretty good stream, and I think that there is you know, it's one of those things where like I criticized earlier about like people chasing the headlines of the day, and I see that a little bit in like some of those groups, and I'm not really sure like what it accomplishes. But I do genuinely think like he truly believes like the things that he says, and that information that he posts sometimes is really good and is worth like checking out. Um, but I always wonder like, you know, are we moving the needle far enough or fast enough? You hang out with Whitney, don't mention Brendan O'Connell. I'm pretty sure Brendan O'Connell follows me. I've heard his name before, and I think I watched one of his videos, and somebody was like trying to tell me to stay away from him, but I don't remember why, and I don't really care. The Graves Temple's beanie, and was it fully healed the next day? You laugh his goal. He's a little behind, but he's cool. Yeah, every time the last two times that I went on his show, I was like, you know, we're talking about um biodigital convergence and stuff, and we're talking about DARPA, and we're talking about smart dust, and we're talking about all of that, and the fact that he's like willing to engage with that and converse back and contribute to the conversation and stuff like that instead of just writing it off, I think is a really really good indication for me that he's probably a little more authentic than your average person at that level. Um, oh, the Y Files is an op. Y Files is an op 100%. I think he's just paranoid, rightfully so. You know, um, I don't know. I'm kind of the same way. It's you know, I've had this conversation with Wheezy where it's like, you know, I like people in the space, but I don't trust them. I was even like, bro, I like you. I think you're fucking awesome. I would consider us friends, but like, there's a certain level of trust because like I don't actually know you, right? Like, I'm not about to share my social and address with you anytime soon. But like, if you wanna, you know, fucking hang out on a call and cut up or something like that and crack jokes, have a good time, I'm cool with that. I'm being audited video. Hard to tell if Whitney is an op, kind of like Snowden. She doesn't produce much work other than compiling publicly available information into more digestible material for a broader audience consumption. Y-Files has a goldfish as a co-host. I've watched a couple of Y-Files, but he's part of that whole fucking fake conspiracy, like muddy the waters type shit. He was on Joe Rogan not too long ago. I think he's been on there multiple times, actually. There's a reason to wonder, like, she went on shows that seem like ops. The one that comes to mind is the Kim Iverson one and Glenn Beck for her. I don't know why she went on those shows. I wouldn't. But, you know, I'm not her, so I wouldn't be able to say. I've talked to Johnny Vedmore and I've heard a lot of stuff from him. Me and him hopped on a call one time and he proceeded to tell me a lot of things. Kim Iverson, I'm pretty sure she has a wellness company sponsor, or did. Y-Files is quite clever. Yeah. Theo Vaughn captured. Look into his ancestor, Kernatowski. Ryan Dawson is a total deviant sellout. Can't take that angry clown seriously. He made a post recently that shit on people who complain about 5G, so I don't trust him at all either. There were no elephants in Africa. I don't know when and how they got there, but not on a single old map was there ever a single elephant depicted on the African continent. The elephant is a water creature? So are they land hippos? Sad shadow of their true selves due to mass programming since before anyone alive now was born. No, not Theo. Yeah. Yeah. It's why are you against nuclear? I'm not against nuclear as a concept per se. I think that the current application of nuclear is being highly weaponized in the disinterest of the public, and for that reason alone, I think that it should be shut down immediately. Kim Jong Ivermectin. All these controlled opposition people, 80% of their subs and views have to be from bot farms. They all blow up out of nowhere. It's funny you say that. You should go ask Health Ranger about botting for views. You should ask him about those contracts that he paid for bot farms out of the Philippines and Macedonia back in 2020 and got banned off Facebook for it. And realize that like all of those motherfuckers are doing it all the time. You think 50,000 people are watching Alex Jones InfoWars? No. Or I guess it's like way more than that. He usually has what, like 200,000 live stream viewers or some shit. No, all that shit is bots. I would say like 80% of that is bots. And what that does is it gives the illusion that people are still watching him to, you know, obviously like give him like some sort of credibility or something like that, but also to drive us crazy to be like, there's no way that people still watch this shit. They're not. It's all fake. It's all fake inflated fucking numbers, just like the economy. It's all fucking numbers on a screen they make go up with clicks. And that's it. When the Fraud Ranger's lips move, he is lying. Alex Jones did marry an Israeli woman who used to give him hint massages. Wait, did he finally marry Blair White? Blair White's not a woman. If Facebook botting from Macedonia, I know who the bot owner was. He worked for an op government there too. Oh man, you should tell me who it was. Message me offline. Also, Nick Fuentes, also all bots. Dude, I'm convinced that there are literally people in his chat that will donate like a talk to stream or like a text to speech that give him talking points to frame a certain thing. Like, instead of us having cue cards now for these influencers, instead it's some Fed will go in, create an account, drop a dono so that they can bring up a topic that they then go on, and it all seems organic, and it's fucking not. It's not. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all gay. With that being said, everybody, I want to thank you all so much for being here, especially for those people that stuck around for the whole stream. 6 hours, almost 6.5 hours. That's fucking crazy. I appreciate you all, and we'll be back on Thursday. I promise this time. Thursday, Lies and Ties. We're looking into the nuclear industry. We're going to see what's coming. Could have been running mining bots. Like the vid on your way out. Yeah, like the vid, share, subscribe, clip it, share it, tag me, whatever. If you guys want to make money off of my fucking streams, I don't care. Just let me know so that I can share it too, so I can pay you guys back for making the video, the edit and stuff like that. All right. Peace out, everybody. Thanks again. We'll see you on Thursday.